ろしくね。よろしくだ。よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いいたします。やらんやらんよろしくだ。
よ
よろしくですわ。よろしくですわ。
Nuggets! Nuggets! Hello, hello. Welcome, what? Oh my, wait, hold on. Was that 3 aquas in a row? Excuse the fuck me? Yo! That was 3 aqua hellos in a row, I think. That was mental. That's like it's a 1 in 10 chance for each hello, and there were somehow 3 of them. Yesterday was crazy. What did we do yesterday? I forgot. Oh, we speed ran. Yeah, so guys, actually I was contemplating, should we do some, should I try doing a run in the mirror dungeon real fast before we start reading The Stranger or not? Because I started a run, or I started trying doing solo runs last night with Corp Meursault. It's not doing too hot. I know a way to get, I managed to get all the way to, what is it? I managed to get all the way to the second to last fight in the dungeon. Like on the 3rd floor with Corp Meursault. And then I encountered the Inquisitors and it just turned out impossible. Reading first, then some speedrunning. Well, this, I believe The Stranger takes about, it takes about 4 hours to finish, I believe. And that's like an average reading speed. I think I can read pretty fast. But I'm also going to be doing it while streaming too, which is going to be the problem. Damn Inquisitors with your damn nail spams. It's not even the nails really, it's the hammers, because he's fatal to blunt damage. So it's going to be a little hard to beat those guys. Like I was actually pretty close a few times. I managed to kill one of them one time and then I died. It was very unfortunate. 2 hours and 3 minutes at 250 words per minute, plus chat causing mental damage. 3 hours is safe. You guys are gonna cause mental damage. You guys will be fine unless you're gonna say something about his mother or something. Like, yo, the mother looking kind of thick. We're not gonna see her though, I think. I kind of know a little bit about The Stranger already. I think most people do, judging by like the images that we get. But hello Ghost Plant, hello Friendly Bus Mephi, hello Moth Mech, hello Hiribidi, hello Star Dragon HP, hello Dark Pikachu, hello Unlucky Day, hello Star Kira, how you doing Dark Black, how you doing Legionnaire, how you doing Mitra, how you doing Overangel, how you doing Reno Prime, how you doing Nico Niv, how you doing Faustbag, how you doing Drake Vescator, how you doing Glumbasher, how you doing Edge Michael, how you doing Super Muter Wesker, how you doing Adib, how you doing Shakared, hello Eater of Games, and hello Don, hello, and hello Milk. I also have 2 Would You Rathers that I missed yesterday from Rhino. One of them was, what abnormality you want for a roommate? King of Greed, Fragment of the Universe, or Dio? Who's Dio? I'm trying to figure out in my head who is considered Dio. Dio, Time Stop. Which abnormality in Lobotomy Corporation is known as Dio? Price of Silence? No, I don't think it's Price of Silence. I can think of Nosferatu because he's a vampire. White Knight? I don't think it's White Knight either. King of Greed probably would eat like everything in the fridge, which sounds a little obnoxious. And then Fragment of the Universe is a roommate. They would be like the... Fragment would be like the person who's trying to practice how to play a violin or a flute. And so you had to listen to them repeating the same 3 notes for like 2 hours. I didn't mean to put Dio into that question. Who did you want for the last one to be then, Rhino? It's either there's a noise problem or there's a food problem. Like King of Greed is like the food problem, which will make you like, should be very expensive. Fragment of the Universe sounds obnoxious and loud. Fragment is my brother playing guitar at 11 p.m. every day. Yeah, there you go. That's a good example. I guess I would probably go with King of... Oh my god. I think I would rather deal with... I guess I would rather deal with the food issue. I think I would deal with the food issue than the noise issue, I think. And then the other one was, if you given the chance to use an ID, what kind would it be? Which ID would I use if I had the option to use an ID? I think I would probably use Liu section. Liu section IDs are so cool looking. They're so cool. I love those. I love the Liu section IDs so far. Oh, they're so awesome looking. Zay, I desperately need the full size GIF of the Charon steer. Yeah, I noticed that people have actually been using that. I noticed that some people got a hold of it. I am assuming it's because of Discord, because I used it in Discord, or I have it on the Discord server, and I'm assuming that they got it through the files there. Hold on. Do I even have? I'm trying to figure out how big is the emote for this actually. Pyroman Zay confirmed. No, not a pyro. It's just a really cool. It's so cool. You guys all agree, right? In terms of drip, which IDs have the most drip? Okay, let's do it like that. Let's do it like that for all the zoomies in chat. Which one are the coolest looking ones? Cause like the Leo ones are really good. That freaking Meursault, man. R Corp? W Corp or Liu Seg? Okay, so W Corp is, oh my god, I love those outfits so much. It sucks that they really, it's a shame that they really sucked in Ruina though. Liu no cap for real, for real. God damn it. Do I actually not have? Oh, here it is. Wait, which one is it? I have two of them. Oh, there's the biggest one. There's the big one. There she goes. Look at her. I must go fast. W Corp Meursault Untitled. Oh my god, that one's really good too. Yeah, like that. Like honestly, a lot of Meursault's IDs I would totally wear, except for N Corp, not N Corp. Read it in French. I don't even think I would be able to. I would be able to like maybe pronounce the words and stuff, but then I won't be able to understand what the fuck's going on. Yo, the Charon steer gif is slowing down my internet. She needs your speed, and give her your speed so she can go vroom vroom. But yeah, we're gonna read The Stranger. How's this in terms of brightness? I tried to lower the brightness of it because otherwise it's gonna be like a flashbang. So I decided that I was gonna dim it down a little bit, so it looks a little better. Not enough of a big guy to wear the mask. I don't think I want a tube into my ear. That doesn't sound cool. That doesn't seem like fun. I would love to wear the outfit and all that, bro. Mate, I'm gonna flip if I ever see like an N Corp Meursault cosplay. Oh my god, I would flip out so much. That would be insane. Okay. But yeah, we're gonna read The Stranger, guys. And I don't know how long it's gonna take. I'm kind of hoping that we will have enough time at the end to probably try doing a few mirror dungeons or something. Because I got the setup for a really good mirror dungeon. A really good mirror dungeon run. Are you able to upload the full-size GIF so I can save it? Yeah, I'll probably post it later on in the Discord. But yeah, The Stranger. How many people have actually read this? I feel like Burn In or Bleed is going to get a major rework if they add more Burn ID, since Burn is already an easy ball to get rolling with only Liu, Meursault, and Gregor. I'm trying to think which one is... I'm trying to think which one's more dangerous. It's like... Burn is a slower Rupture, I think. For now, I believe Rupture and Burn are kind of similar. It's just it's slower than Rupture. If we get an ID that can actually stack how many times they take Burn, then it's going to be a problem. Because all the passives so far, I believe, only stack how much damage the Burn does. We do? What skill actually increases how much burn how long the burn lasts? because all I've seen so far is ones that increase the damage. It's Meursault, I think. Does he really have a skill in it? Really? Meursault already gives +3 count on his wrath skill. Really? I swear every time I see the burn stuff, it disappears the next turn. Play lobotomy and it's day 21 trying to deal with Dusk Ordeal. Wish me luck. Good luck, mate. I definitely, to everybody who plays Lobotomy Corporation, and I applaud you. Good job. After this, what's next? Gregor's book Metamorphosis or Radia's book Crime and Punishment. I'm not sure. I want to go through the shorter ones. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to touch Hong Lu's. Apparently Hong Lu is like 8,000 pages or something. This is 137 pages. So yeah, Hong Lu's is probably going to be a hard no for me. Demian is really good, so I can finally figure out why a Homestuck character is in Limbus Company. That sounds like a good way to figure that out. You should read Yi Seng's book next. Literally man so detached from reality his wife cucks him. Why is that your hook? Why is that your hook to the book? Ah yes, I sure want to read this book. Why do you recommend it so much? Cuckoldry, that's why. Zay is scared of Chinese literacy. No, I'm scared of investing so much time for a book that's probably going to be like, eh. Well, here we go though, guys. The Stranger. Oh, I love this so much. Translated from the French. I don't know why, but for some reason this got a chuckle out of me just hearing translated from the French. Not like translated from French, the French. By Matthew Ward. So my friend Mizure Miho, he likes old literature, and he told me that this is apparently the best translation of The Stranger. This is his preferred translation of The Stranger, apparently. Is this a PDF? Yes. Anglu's book Dream of the Red Chamber is an episodic novel that has over 2,500 pages. It's 2,500 pages. Well, this is 137. Apparently it takes like on average 2.5 hours. So let's see, if you times this by 10, that's already 20 hours. Or 30 hours? Is that 30 hours now? Times it by 10, that's 20 hours. Why can't I brain right now? That's about 20 hours at 1,300. About 1,300 pages. That's 20 hours. So that'd be 40 hours, close to 40 hours to do Hong Lu's. Just read the Spark Notes for Hong Lu. I was thinking about that. Doing like a summary, read a summary of Hong Lu's shenanigans. Here we go though, Here we go though, guys. Translator's notes. Ah, great. The Stranger demanded of Camus the creation of a style at once literary and profoundly popular. An artistic sleight of hand that would make the complexities of a man's life appear simple. Despite appearances though, neither Camus nor Meursault ever tried to make the things simple for themselves. He said the word, guys. Indeed, in the mind of a moralist, simplification is tantamount to immorality. And Meursault and Camus are each moralists in their own ways. What little Meursault says or feels or does resonates with all he does not say. All he does not feel, all he does not do. What little Meursault says or feels or does resonates with all he does not say, all he does not feel, all he does not do. The simplicity of the text is merely apparent and everywhere paradoxical. Is the music fitting? Not really. I have this music set up for the background, but I'm trying to think what would be, anybody have a good playlist? I have lo-fi. Like the vast majority of my stuff is pretty much lo-fi. What would be good fitting music for this? Depressing and dark music. You like jazz? What was that? The future generations buying the book being like, what was that, a Limbus Company reference? Penis music? Let me actually YouTube search that real fast. What is show up's penis music if I YouTube search this? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this, guys? You didn't know, Zay? No, I knew that it was a meme. I didn't know that it was an actual, like, song that people called it that, really. I didn't know about that part. Wait, hold on. No, never mind, this is not the same. Yeah, what music should we listen to though, guys? Remember, it has to be like copyright free, mind you. That's the hardest part. Finding appropriate music. This truly embodies Meursault. Oh, does it now? That's probably not its original meme. I have no idea. I remember hearing Vinesauce say. I remember Vinesauce saying penis music. Would you rather read Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep or Orlando Furioso? I'm honestly not sure. I used to read a lot. Honestly, I thought the next time I was going to read something that was long, I thought it was going to be Fate Hollow Atyrexia, because I still need to play that. Lo-fi is maybe good. Well, we're listening to lo-fi. Gone Angels. I don't think we can listen to Gone Angels on repeat for 4 hours. Near Automata Fortress of Lies, 1 hour loop vocalist. My brother in Christ, I have saved like 4 playlists of Near Automata music or just Near music, and they always disappear. They always disappear. Every fucking time. They always get like taken off of like YouTube. It's so obnoxious. Hollow's so good, but take your time to get to it. I'm gonna try to get to as many of these as I can. What is this? Too depressing. Near Automata with gentle rain to help you relax. My brother in Christ, can you guys stop putting this like rain shit on everything? If I wanted rain in the background, I would I would get a separate video. Darude Sandstorm. Is this rants? I'm not gonna listen to the Rants OST while doing this, okay guys? 8 o'clock circus on a loop. Wouldn't that be great? I need to lower this. Okay, I think this is fine. Near Automata with gentle rain to help you relax. That's what we're gonna listen to, I guess. God, I had such a really good playlist. I had a really good like playlist with Near Automata or just Near music, Near replicate music, and it got taken off. I was so pissed. It was such a good one too. There is a playlist of Bioshock themes musics with whale underwater sounds if rain sounds annoy you. Great. Yeah, again, like, I don't see the purpose of having, like, all these, like, rain, thunder, cloud ambiance while listening to these playlists. It's really unnecessary. Come on, guys. Vroom, vroom on. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Does anybody have... Okay, I know my next video now. I am going to make a video where it's Limbus company, but Keron says vroom vroom, or it's like 1 hour of silence and Keron interrupts it with vroom vroom. I'm gonna make one of those videos, or I should have one with Don Quixote yelling manager Esquire. So every once in a while we'll just hear vroom vroom. Oh my god. Here we go though, guys. We gotta read this. Peak comedy. I know this shit's hilarious. Hold on. Actually, no. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Damn.
Hold on. I need a. No, not that one. I was thinking about doing the Vine, the Vine boom, because there was a Maui statue on it. Here we go. There you go. Silence interrupted only by Dante. Dante. Okay, but here we go though, guys. We have to... Where did I leave off at? Camus acknowledged employing an American method in writing The Stranger in the first half of the book in particular. The short, precise sentences, the depiction of a character ostensibly without consciousness, and in places the tough guy tone. Hemingway, Dos Passos, Faulkner, Kane, and others had pointed the way. There's some irony then in the fact that for 40 years the only translation available to American audiences should be Stuart Gilbert's Britannic rendering. So he translated it and localized it for an American audience. His is the version we have all read. The version I read as a schoolboy in the Boondocks some 20 years ago. I thought that was Neko Arc for a second. Farm Friend, thank you for becoming a nugget of the Z Corp. Welcome. And Crested Sleet, thank you for becoming a nugget of the Z Corp. Chuckle, thank you for becoming a nugget of the Z Corp. Galmfam, thank you for becoming a nugget of the Z Corp. Daybreakian, thank you for becoming a nugget of the Z Corp. How did I miss all these? Damn. The version we have all read, yeah. So this is basically just saying that he translated it for an American audience, it seems like. Part 1. Fucking A. Okay. God damn it. God damn, that's a lot of pages. Part 1, here we go. Mammon died today. Great first sentence. Or yesterday, maybe. I don't know. Wait, are we in the POV? No. I got a telegram from the home. Mother deceased. Funeral tomorrow. Faithfully yours. Are you serious? This is during the times of telegrams? Howdy, just noticed I've been following you for years now and actually never followed here on Twitch. No problem, welcome. Shalia's Meursault. Should I try? I don't think my Meursault voice is that different from my regular voice. I tried doing a Meursault voice like, Mammon died today. Or yesterday, maybe. I don't know. I got a telegram from the home. Mother deceased. Funeral tomorrow. Faithfully yours. That doesn't mean anything. Maybe it was yesterday. Bro, 3-word sentences. Just add a harshly French accent. The old fucking Neko Arc, I'm busy. I'm trying to do a bit, you little shit. The old people's home is at Marengo. About 80 kilometers from Algiers. Is that French? Is that French enough for you? I'm not gonna read it like this, guys. That's the wrong offensive accent. Wait, really? That's German? I thought German was all like, wait, hold on. How do I, wait, don't French do like the as Z? The old people's home. She is beautiful, no? Nah, we don't play Limbus today. We're not gonna get to Limbus, guys. Not today. Like German Jewish, it sounds like right now, really? I'm gonna offend everybody with this stream, hell yeah. Are you supposed to be in the Limbus category? Wait, am I in the Limbus category still? Should I stay in the Limbus category? F, no, is there a reading category? Hold on. There is a reading category. It's called Reading Fun, apparently. This is Limbus Meursault on screen. This is Limbus literature. I mean, yeah, I could. It's related to Limbus. If I get banned for this, we'll rip. Russian is always goated when making a post-apocalyptic settings. I don't know why. Mate, looking at like Russian isekai books are so funny to me. Because it's like a dude in an astronaut outfit using like a Car 98 with like Stalin in the background. They're insane. Can we have an English teacher's day arc where you just read and send out essays? You guys want me to give you essays? I'm not going to give you guys essays. You guys already, like, a majority of you guys probably had to deal with that at school. I'm not going to give you guys more work. Okay. Somebody said, do I really not have, somebody said that I didn't have a low enough voice for Meursault. I felt like I do, if depends on how I talk. Fucking Nico Arc, I swear to God. Like, okay, how about this? I can go lower, watch, check it. The old people's home is at Marengo, about 80 kilometers from Algiers. Algiers? Is it Algiers? Where is the Neko Arc coming from? I'm not taking this seriously at all. It's great. Yes, it's Algiers. You literally just typed it out the same way. Is it Algiers or Algiers? See, when it comes with like specific names and stuff, it's kind of hard to tell how to say it because I think it's supposed to be a French name. So it's like, should I say it all as French as possible? Algiers. It's Algiers. Probably Algiers. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The old people's home is at Marengo, about 80 kilometers from Algiers. I'll take the 2 o'clock bus and get there in the afternoon. That way I can be there for the vigil and come back tomorrow night. I asked my boss for 2 days off, and there was no way he was going to refuse me with an excuse like that. But he wasn't too happy about it. I even said, "It's not my fault." He didn't say anything. Then I thought I shouldn't have said that. After all, I didn't have anything to apologize for. He's the one who should have offered his condolences, but he probably will the day after tomorrow, when he sees I'm in mourning. For now, it's almost as if Mammon weren't dead. After the funeral, though, the case will be closed, and everything will have a more official feel to it. I caught the 2 o'clock bus. It was very hot. I ate at the restaurant at Celeste's, as usual. Everybody felt very sorry for me, and Celeste said, "You only have one mother." When I left, they walked me to the door. I was a little distracted because I still had to go up to Emmanuel's place to borrow a black tie and an armband. He lost his uncle a few months back. I ran so as not to miss the bus. It was probably because of all the rushing around. And on top of that, the bumpy ride, the smell of gasoline, and the glare of the sky and the road, that I dozed off. I slept almost the whole way. And and when I woke up, I was slumped against a soldier who smiled at me and asked if I'd been traveling long. I said yes, just so I wouldn't have to say anything else. The home is 2 kilometers from the village. I walked them. I wanted to see Mammon right away. I walked them. When was this translated? Imagine you're in a dark forest alone and then you hear duddy 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 duddy. Just see her wiggling in the sky. Don't acknowledge it, leave newcomers to think they're schizoids. Yeah, just ignore it completely. I wanted to see the Mammon right away, but the caretaker told me I had to see the directors first. What's a Mammon? Is that mom? Is that mother? Is that how you say mom? What does Mammon know for? Yeah, it's French for mom, okay.
Maman.
Mammon. Mammon. He was busy, so I waited a while. The caretaker talked the whole time, and then I saw the director. I was shown into his office. He was a little old man with a ribbon of the Legion of Honor in his lapel. He looked at me with his clear eyes, then he shook my hand and held it so long, I didn't know how to get it loose. He thumbed through a file and said, "Madame Meursault came to us 3 years ago. You were her sole support." I thought he was criticizing me for something and I started to explain, but he cut me off. "You don't have to justify yourself, my dear boy. I've read your mother's files. You weren't able to provide for her properly. She needed someone to look after her. You earn only a modest salary, and the truth of the matter is, she was happier here." I said, "Yes, sir." He added, "You see, she had friends here, people her own age. She was able to share things from the old days with them. You're young, and it must have been hard for her with you." It was true. When she was at home with me, Maman used to spend her time following me with her eyes, not saying a thing. For the first few days she was at the home, she cried a lot, but that was because she wasn't used to it. A few months later, and she would have cried if she'd been taken out. First few days, I'm just double checking my reading. Sometimes when you just read, you start to autopilot a little bit, so I'm going back a little. Is this the fabled ZSMR stream? I'm not doing ZSMR. Am I? I'm talking. A few months later, and she would have cried if she'd been taken out. She was used to it. That's partly why I didn't go there much this past year, and also because it took up my Sunday. Not to mention the trouble of getting to the bus, buying tickets, and spending 2 hours traveling. The director spoke to me again, but I wasn't really listening anymore. Then he said, "I suppose you'd like to see your mother." I got up without saying anything, and he led the way to the door. On the way downstairs, he explained, "We've moved her to our little mortuary, so as to not upset the others. Whenever one of the residents dies, the others are a bit on edge for the next 2 or 3 days, and that makes it difficult to care for them." So it sounds like he left her in like a an elderly place. What are they called again? An elderly, what are they called again? I forget. How do I forget what they're called? Retirement home? Retirement home. There we go. Nursing home? Nursing home. That's the other one. Hospice? Isn't hospice like for actual dead people? Yeah, it sounds like she was left at a nursing home. And it sounds like he couldn't actually do it himself or he couldn't actually take care of her because he just couldn't afford it, which is a little unfortunate. Hospice is for mentally crazy people, I think. Yeah, no, not asylum, not asylum. That's definitely for crazy people. We crossed a courtyard where there were lots of old people chatting in little groups. As we went by, the talking would stop, and then the conversation would start up again behind us. The sound was like the muffled jabber of parakeets. The director stopped at the door of a small building. "I'll leave you now, Monsieur Meursault. If you need me for anything, I'll be in my office." As is usually the case, the funeral is set for 10 o'clock in the morning. He poor skill issue. I know it's gonna come a time where I'm gonna have to take care of my mom. I'm gonna be so pissed off if I can't afford that. Fuck, that's gonna suck. I don't even think we have like a nursing home near me either. I don't think there's like a nursing home around here or a retirement place. Just be born richer forehead, just be like Hong Lu forehead. As is usually the case, the funeral is set for 10 o'clock in the morning. This way you'll be able to keep vigil over the departed. One last thing. It seems your mother often expressed to her friends her desire for a religious burial. I've taken the liberty of making the necessary arrangements, but I wanted to let you know. I thanked him. While not an atheist, Maman had never in her life given a thought to religion. I went in. It was a very bright, whitewashed room with a skylight for a roof. The furniture consisted of some chairs and some cross-shaped sawhorses. 2 of them, in the middle of the room, were supporting a closed casket. All you could see were some shiny screws, not screwed down all the way, standing out against the walnut-stained planks. Near the casket was an Arab nurse in a white smock, with a brightly colored scarf on her head. Just then, the caretaker came in behind me. He must have been running. He stuttered a little. We put the cover on, but I'm supposed to unscrew the casket so you can see her. He was moving toward the casket when I stopped him. He said, "You don't want to?" I answered, "No." He was quiet, and I was embarrassed because I felt I shouldn't have said that. He looked at me and then asked, "Why not?" But without criticizing, as if he just wanted to know. I said, "I don't know." He started twirling his mustache, and then, without looking at me, again he said, "I understand." He had nice pale blue eyes and a reddish complexion. French unboxing video, I hate I hate you so much. I took a quick peek of that, and it was in my brain the entire time I was reading this, you ass. What a dick thing to say. Imagine that as the YouTube thumbnail. That's Meursault's first YouTube video, is him taking a selfie with the casket saying, my first unboxing video. And it's a casket behind him. Holy shit. Hold on, let me get some water. He offered me a chair and then sat down right behind me. The nurse stood up and went towards the door. At that point, the caretaker said to me, "She's got an abscess." I didn't understand, so I looked over at the nurse and saw that she had a bandage wrapped around her head just below the eyes, where her nose should have been. The bandage was flat. All you could see of her face was the whiteness of the bandage. When she'd gone, the caretaker said, "I'll leave you alone." I don't know what kind of gesture I made, but he stayed where he was, behind me. Having this presence breathing down my neck was starting to annoy me. The room was filled with beautiful late afternoon sunlight. 2 hornets were buzzing against the glass roof. I could feel myself getting sleepy. Without turning around, I said to the caretaker, "Have you been here long?" Right away he answered, 5 years, as if he'd been waiting for me all along to ask. "Are you winning, son?" Well, we're 17 pages in so far, and it's 44 minutes into the stream. We're probably not going to finish this, I think, judging by this already. Can you imagine Meursault trying to be an influencer, like no emotion behind his "What's up, guys? You ready for another video?" Hey, that's like the very beginning of Critical, like Voice Critical. Voice Critical had like no enthusiasm to his voice at all when he started. How many pages are there? There's 137. I think we're losing Mother, to be specific. I think we already lost that part, guys. After that, he did a lot of talking. He would have been very surprised if anyone had told him he would end up caretaker at the Marengo home. He was 64 and came from Paris. At that point, I interrupted him. "Oh, you're not from around here?" Then I remembered that before taking me to the director's office, he had talked to me about Maman. He told me that they had to bury her quickly, because it gets hot in the plains, especially in this part of the country. That was when he told me he had lived in Paris and that he had found it hard to forget it. In Paris, they keep vigil over the body for 3, sometimes 4 days. But here, you barely have time to get used to the idea, before you have to start running after the hearse. Then his wife had said to him, "Hush now, that's not the sort of thing to be telling the gentleman." The old man had blushed and apologized. I'd stepped in and said, "No, not at all." I thought what he'd been saying was interesting and made sense. In the little mortuary, he told me that he'd come to the home because he was destitute. He was in good health, so he'd offered to take on the job of caretaker. I pointed out that even so, he was still a resident. He said no, he wasn't. I'd already been struck by the way he had of saying they or the others, and, less often, the old people, talking about the patients, when some of them weren't any older than he was. But of course it wasn't the same. He was the caretaker, and to a certain extent he had authority over them. Just then the nurse came in. Night had fallen suddenly. Darkness had gathered, quickly, above the skylight. "Hello, Shifty Fungus, how you doing? Welcome." The caretaker turned the switch and I was blinded by the sudden flash of light. He suggested I go to the dining hall for dinner, but I wasn't hungry. Then he'd offered to bring me a cup of coffee with milk. I like milk in my coffee, so I said yes, and he came back a few minutes later with a tray. I drank the coffee, then I felt like having a smoke, but I hesitated because I didn't know if I could do it with Maman right here, right there. I thought about it. It didn't matter. I offered the caretaker a cigarette and we smoked. At one point he said, "You know, your mother's friends will be coming to keep vigil too. It's customary. I have to go get some chairs and some black coffee." I asked him if he could turn off one of the lights. The glare on the white walls was making me drowsy. He said he couldn't. That was how they'd been wired. It was all or nothing. I didn't pay too much attention to him after that. He left, came back, set up some chairs. On one of them, he stacked some cups around a coffee pot. Then he sat down across from me on the other side of Maman. The nerd. Are they drinking coffee and like smoking, like in the same exact room where the casket is? Is that what's going on? Yes. Well, shit. This is a room. This is a room where like, yeah, you like sit down and you like, this is where they set up the casket, right? For everybody to pay their respects, right? This is that same room? What the what? Okay. The nurse was on that side of the room too, but with her back to me. I couldn't see what she was doing, but the way her arms were moving made me think she was knitting. It was pleasant. The coffee had warmed me up, and the smell of flowers on the night air was coming through the open door. I think I dozed off for a while. It was a rustling sound that woke me up. Because I'd had my eyes closed, the whiteness of the room seemed even brighter than before. There wasn't a shadow anywhere in front of me, and every object, every angle and curve stood out so sharply it made my eyes hurt. That's when Maman's friends came in. There were about 10 in all, and they floated into the building, light, without a sound. They sat down without a single chair creaking. I saw them more clearly than I had ever seen anyone, and not one detail of their faces or their clothes escaped me. But I couldn't hear them, and it was hard for me to believe they really existed. Among all the women were wearing aprons, and the strings, which were tied tight around their waist, made their bulging stomachs stick out even more. Mate, so I have been to a single funeral my whole life, and that was in middle school for somebody who was like a step brother or a step uncle or something. I didn't even know the person. I never saw them. Never even knew they existed, but we were invited to the funeral, and I remember crying my eyes out. I didn't even know the guy. And I'm just thinking about like, why did I cry? I mean, it's fucked up, mind you. Maybe it's a messed up question, but like, I didn't even know the guy. I was actually surprised. Zay's an empath confirmed. What does that even mean? You felt the room? I felt the room. It sounds like some hippie aura stuff. I'd never noticed what huge stomachs old women can have. Almost all the men were skinny and carried canes. What struck me most about their faces was that I couldn't see their eyes. Just a faint glimmer in a nest of wrinkles. When they'd sat down, most of them looked at me and nodded awkwardly, their lips sucked in by their toothless mouths, so that I couldn't tell if they were greeting me or if it was just a nervous tick. I think they were greeting me. It was then that I realized they were all sitting across from me, nodding their heads, grouped around the caretaker. For a second, I had the ridiculous feeling that they were there to judge me. Soon, one of the women started crying. She was in the second row, hidden behind one of her companions, and I couldn't see her very well. She was crying softly, steadily, in little sobs. I thought she'd never stop. The others seemed not to hear her. They sat there, hunched up, gloomy and silent. They would look at the casket, or their canes, or whatever else, but that was all they would look at. The woman kept on crying. It surprised me, because I didn't know who she was. I wished I didn't have to listen to her anymore, but I didn't dare say anything. The caretaker leaned over and said something to her, but she shook her head, mumbled something, and went on crying as much as before. Then the caretaker came around to my side. He sat down next to me. After a long pause, he explained, without looking at me, "She was very close to your mother. She says your mother was her only friend and now she hasn't gotten anyone." We just sat there like that for quite a while. The woman's sighs and sobs were quieting down. She sniffled a lot, Then finally, she shut up. Damn. My God. I didn't feel drowsy anymore, but I was tired and my back was hurting me. Now it was all these people not making a sound that was getting on my nerves. Except that every now and then I'd hear a strange noise and I couldn't figure out what it was. Finally, I realized that some of the old people were sucking at the insides of their cheeks and making these weird smacking noises. They were so lost in their thoughts that they weren't even aware of it. Oh my God. My boy is just getting annoyed by this whole situation. It's been more than 30 minutes for Nesso. Yeah, true. I was thinking about that too, myself. Never would I have thought to see a description of an old woman that goes into so much detail today. Bro, he is actually, question is Mercy a psychopath? He is completely indifferent to people. I think sociopath. I always thought sociopath were just very manipulative. He is just completely null to anybody else, to anybody else's feelings. I think that's what's happening right now. He just sounds very annoyed by everything though. They were so lost in their thoughts that they weren't even aware of it. I even had the impression that the dead woman lying in front of them didn't mean anything to them. But I think now that was a false impression. Zay, do you have a glasses model to put on? Give me 1 second. There we go. Wait, is it better to have it straightened, or is it better to have it actually leaning, like kind of like how my face is leaning a little bit? I think that's fine. Is that actually the only glasses I have? I know I have the other one. I know I have the other one, but I think I'll go with this one. Let's see. But I think now that was a false impression. We all had some coffee, served by the caretaker. After that, I don't know anymore. The night passed. I remember opening my eyes at one point and seeing that all the old people were slumped over asleep, except for one old man, with his chin resting on the back of his hands, wrapped around his cane, who was staring at me as if he were just waiting for me to wake up. Then I dozed off again. I woke up because my back was hurting more and more. Dawn was creeping up over the skylight. Soon afterwards, one of the old men woke up and coughed a lot. He kept hacking into a large checkered handkerchief, and every cough was like a convulsion. He woke the others up, and the caretaker told them that they ought to be going. They got up. The uncomfortable vigil had left their faces ashen looking. On their way out, and much to my surprise, they all shook my hand, as if that night during which we hadn't exchanged as much as a single word had somehow brought us closer together. Did they spend the whole night in the room with the casket? Yes? Is that normal? Is that a normal thing to do? I don't know much about funerals, so that doesn't seem normal. I thought you like go there. The black coffee and staying the night for vigil is? Who does that? Like is it like the people who are close to them? In old days, yes. Yeah, that doesn't sound like something people do nowadays. Older traditions, yeah. At a 2-day funeral for my grandfather, I actually wasn't able to go. Oh my gosh, that actually does kind of annoy me. I wasn't able to go to my great-grandfather's or my great-grandmother's funerals because of fucking work. Oh wait, no, my great-grandfather's. I asked for the day off from Denny's, and the manager told me yes, and then they actually scheduled me for that day anyways, even though I told them. And unfortunately, since it was my first job, I didn't know what to do, so I went to work. I was kind of annoyed because I told them like weeks beforehand. And then my great-grandmother's funeral I missed because I was doing a play at the time, unfortunately. And that one is, you really can't find a replacement for a play. That one I do feel bad because that was more on me rather than Denny's, I guess. But that situation, I had no clue what the hell to do. I remember like most of the people in the theater were giving me their condolences about it, but I didn't know what the fuck to do about it. That one sucked. Life's all about tough choices. Yeah, it's when those type of things happen, it really sucks. For some reason, work and death go hand in hand. I swear. I'm not going to talk about that one. I'm good. The uncomfortable vigil had left their faces ashen looking on their way out, and much to my surprise, they all shook my hand, as if that night, during which we had an exchange as much as a single word, had somehow brought us closer together. I was tired. Neko Arc. The caretaker took me to his room, and I was able to clean up a little. I had some more coffee and milk, which was very good. When I went outside, the sun was up. Above the hills that separate Marengo from the sea, the sky was streaked with red, and the wind coming over the hills brought the smell of salt with it. It was going to be a beautiful day. It had been a long time since I'd been out in the country, and I could feel how much I'd enjoy going for a walk if it hadn't been for Maman. Holy crap. I'm slowly starting to make me feel a little less, little less for Meursault. Holy shit, dude. I'd enjoy going for a walk if it hadn't been for Maman. My god. But I waited in the courtyard, under a plane tree. I breathed in the smell of fresh earth, and I wasn't sleepy anymore. I thought of the other guys at the office. They'd be getting up to go to work about this time. For me, that was always the most difficult time of day. I thought about those things a little more, but I was distracted by the sound of a bell ringing inside the buildings. There was some commotion behind the windows, then everything quieted down again. The sun was now a little higher in the sky, and it was starting to warm my feet. The caretaker came across the courtyard and told me that the director was asking for me. I went to his office. He had me sign a number of documents. I noticed that he was dressed in black with pinstripe trousers. He picked up the telephone and turned to me. The Undertaker's men arrived a few minutes ago. I'm going to ask them to seal the casket. Before I do, would you like to see your mother one last time? I said no. He gave the order to the telephone, lowering his voice. Figyek, tell the men they can go ahead. After that, he told me he would be attending the funeral, and I thanked him. He sat down behind his desk and crossed his short legs. He informed me that he and I would be the only ones there, apart from the nurse on duty. The residents usually weren't allowed to attend funerals. He only let them keep the visual. It's more humane that way, he remarked. But in this case, he'd given one of the mother's old friends, Thomas Perez, permission to join the funeral procession. At that, the director smiled. He said, I'm sure you understand. It's a rather childish sentiment, but he and your mother were almost inseparable. The others used to tease them and say, Perez has a fiancé. He'd laugh. They enjoyed it, and the truth is he's taken Madame Meursault's death very hard. I didn't think I could rightfully refuse him permission, but on the advice of our visiting physician, I did not allow him to keep the vigil last night. We didn't say anything for quite a long time. The director stood up and looked out the window of his office. A moment later, he said, Here's the priest from Marengo already. He's early. He warned me that it would take at least 3/4 of an hour to walk to the church, which is in the village itself. We went downstairs. Out in front of the building stood the priest and 2 altar boys. One of them was holding a censer, and the priest was leaning towards him, adjusting the length of its silver chain. As we approached, the priest straightened up. He called me my son and said a few words to me. He went inside. I followed. I noticed right away that the screws on the casket had been tightened and that there were 4 men wearing black in the room. The director was telling me that the hearse was waiting out in the road, and at the same time, I could hear the priest beginning his prayers. What the hell's a hearse again? Is that the car? Is it the car thing? Did they have cars at this time? Hearse, that is the car thing. The car thing's called a hearse? I swear I remember calling it a coffin car. The coffin car. The coffin mobile. Look at me and Leon. Oh my god. Oh, Leon. We had the fucking same wavelength. Fuck my life. We thought literally the same thing. Fucking A. The moment I said coffin mobile, fucking Leon just says it. God damn it. Okay. Dead person, be serious. One more and you'd have absolute resonance. The director was telling me that the hearse was waiting out in the road, and at the same time I could hear the priest beginning his prayers. From then on, everything happened very quickly. The men moved towards the casket with the pall, the priest, his acolytes. The director and I all went outside. A woman I didn't know was standing by the door. Monsieur Meursault, the director said. I didn't catch the woman's name. I just understood that she was the nurse assigned by the home. Without smiling, she lowered her long, gaunt face. Then we stepped aside to make way for the body. We followed the pallbearers and left the home. Outside the gate stood the hearse. Varnished, glossy, and oblong. It reminded me of a pencil box. Weird. Next to it was the funeral director, a little man in a ridiculous getup, and an awkward, embarrassed-looking old man. I realized that it was Monsieur Perez. He was wearing a soft felt hat with a round crown and a wide brim. He took it off as the casket was coming through the gate. A suit with trousers that were corkscrewed down around his ankles, and a black tie with a knot that was too small for the big white collar of his shirt. His lips were trembling below a nose dotted with black heads. Strange, floppy, thick-rimmed ears stuck out through his fine white hair, and I was struck by their blood-red color next to the pallor of his face. The funeral director assigned us our places. First came the priest, then the hearse. Flanking it, the 4 men. Behind it, the director and myself, and, bringing up the rear, the nurse and Monsieur Perez. The sky was already filled with light. The sun was beginning to bear down on the earth, and it was getting hotter by the minute. I don't know why we waited so long before getting underway. I was hot in my dark clothes. The little old man, who had put his hat back on, took it off again. I turned a little in his direction and was looking at him when the director started talking to me about him. I hate that the coffin dance is coming to mind here. Oh my, come on. He told me that my mother and Monsieur Perez often used to walk down to the village together in the evenings, accompanied by a nurse. I was looking at the countryside around me, seeing the rows of cypress trees leading up to the hills next to the sky, and the houses standing out here and there against the red and green earth. I was able to understand Maman better. Evenings in that part of the country must have been a kind of sad relief. But today, with the sun bearing down, making the whole landscape shimmer with heat, it was inhuman and oppressive. We got underway. It was then that I noticed that Perez had a slight limp. Little by little, the hearse was picking up speed and the old man was losing ground. One of the men flanking the hearse had also dropped back and was now even with me. I was surprised at how fast the sun was climbing up in the sky. I noticed that for quite some time the countryside had been buzzing with the sound of insects and the crackling of grass. The sweat was pouring down my face. I wasn't wearing a hat, so I fanned myself with my handkerchief. The man from the undertaker's said something to me, then which I missed. He was lifting the edge of his cap with his right hand and wiping his head with the handkerchief, with his left at the same time. I said, "What?" He pointed up at the sky and repeated, "Pretty hot." I said, "Yes." A minute later he asked, "Is that..." What kind of question is this? What do you mean? What? A minute later he asked, "Is that your mother in there?" Again I said, "Yes." Was she old? I answered, "Fairly," because I didn't know the exact number. Damn. Oh, that's gonna be me, and I hate it so much. I'm so bad at remembering ages. Oh my god. I don't know my brother's ages either. I'm gonna tell my mom sorry later. After that, he was quiet. I turned around and saw old Perez about 50 meters behind us. He was going as fast as he could, swinging his felt hat at the end of his arm. I looked at the director too. He was walking with great dignity, without a single wasted motion. A few beads of sweat were forming on his forehead, but he didn't wipe them off. The procession seemed to me to be moving a little faster. All around me there was still the same glowing countryside filled with sunlight. The glare from the sky was unbearable. At one point we went over a section of the road that had just been repaved. The tar had burst open in the sun. Our feet sank into it, leaving its shiny pulp exposed. The tar had burst open in the sun? The tar? Like the road? Meursault confirmed. No, he looks cool and all. I was told, freaking Miho told me I was stoic. The tar had burst. They're talking about the road right here, right? The tar had burst open in the sun. Our feet sank into it, leaving its shiny pulp exposed. You know what? I actually think I remember. There was a playground I remember in one of the grade schools I was in, and I think I remember the tar was actually very soft. I'm guessing that's what it was. I wonder, how does that even happen though? That doesn't seem very safe, right? What happens if it gets too soft and you just start sinking into it? Sticking up above the top of the hearse, the coachman's hard leather hat looked as if it had been molted out of the same black mud. I felt a little lost between the blue and white of the sky and the monotony of the colors around me. The sticky black of the tar, the dull black of all the clothes, and the shiny black of the hearse. All of it. The sun, the smell of leather and horse dung from the hearse. The smell of leather and horse dung from the hearse? The hearse is being pulled by horses? The smell of varnish and incense and my fatigue after a night without sleep was making it hard for me to see or think straight. I turned around again. Perez seemed to be way back there, fading in the shimmering heat. Then I lost sight of him altogether. I looked around and saw that he'd left the road and cut out across the fields. I also noticed there was a bend in the road up ahead. I realized that Perez, who knew the country, was taking a shortcut in order to catch up with us. By the time we rounded the bend, he was back with us. Then we lost him again. He set off cross-country once more, and so it went on. I could feel the blood pounding in my temples. Is he getting pissed at him? Perez is speedrunning? Oh my god. Funeral any percent? Fucking A. After that, everything seemed to happen so fast, so deliberately, so naturally that I don't remember any of it anymore. Except for one thing. As we entered the village, the nurse spoke to me. She had a remarkable voice which didn't go with her face at all. A melodious, quavering voice. She said, "If you go slowly, you risk getting sunstroke, but if you go too fast, you work up sweat and then catch a chill inside the church." She was right. There was no way out. Heat stroke? Wait, Oh, sunstroke. Whoops. I saw the stroke. For some reason, I saw stroke first before sun, so I immediately think I said heat stroke. You risk getting. Is that not the same thing? Is that not the same thing, actually? Hold up. Sunstroke. Is that not the same thing? Heat stroke, also called sun. Yeah, it's the same thing. You guys are pointing that out like I made a mistake. It's the same thing. Brain works weird like that with auto-translate. My brain's auto-translating. Did you mean heat stroke? She was right. There was no way out. Several other images from that day have stuck in my mind. For instance, Perez's face when he caught up with us for the last time, just outside the village. Big tears of frustration and exhaustion were streaming down his cheek. This is actually all in French, Zay. You're translating very well. Oh no. This entire time I've been reading it in French. I've just been translating it. Everybody's like, what the fuck is he reading? How is he doing this? Big tears of frustration and exhaustion were streaming down his cheeks. But because of all the wrinkles, they weren't dripping off. They spread out and ran together again, leaving a watery film over his ruined face. Then there was the church and the villagers on the sidewalks. The red geraniums. Geraniums? On the graves in the cemetery. Perez fainting, he crumpled like a rag doll. The blood-red earth spilling over Maman's casket. The white flesh of the roots mixed in with it. More people, voices, the village, waiting in front of a cafe. The incessant drone of the motor. And my joy when the bus entered the nest of lights that was Algiers, and I knew I was going to go to bed and sleep for 12 hours. If I want to know how to describe an old man's face, I think I'll probably read this. I'll reread this again and learn how to describe old people's faces. As I was waking up, it came to me. Oh, are we in part 2 now? Is that what this means? I was expecting to see like a giant part 2. As I was waking up, it came to me why my boss had seemed annoyed when I asked him for 2 days off. Today is Saturday. I'd sort of forgotten, but as I was getting up, it came to me. This is page 2. Oh my god, we got 135 more to go. I'd sort of forgotten, but as I was getting up, it came to me. And, naturally, my boss thought about the fact that I'd be getting 4 days vacation that way, including Sunday, and he couldn't have been happy about that. But, in the first place, it isn't my fault if they buried Mon yesterday instead of today, and second, I would have had Saturday and Sunday off anyways. Obviously, that still doesn't keep me from understanding my boss's point of view. I had a hard time getting up, because I was tired from the day before. While I was shaving, I wondered what I was going to do and I decided to go for a swim. I caught the streetcar to go to the public beach down at the harbor. Once there, I dove into the channel. There were lots of young people. In the water, I ran into Mary Cardona, a former typist in our office whom I'd had a thing for at the time. She did too, I think. But she left soon afterwards and we didn't have the time. I helped her onto a float, and as I did, I brushed against her breast. Good, nice, good job. Nice, what? Huh? I was still in the water when she was already lying flat on her stomach on the float. She turned towards me. Her hair was in her eyes and she was laughing. I hoisted myself up next to her. It was nice, and, sort of joking around, I let my head fall back and rest on her stomach. She didn't say anything, so I left it there. I had the whole sky in my eyes, and it was blue and gold. On the back of my neck, I could feel Mary's heart beating softly. We lay on the float for a long time, half asleep. How big is this float? When the sun got too hot, she dove off and I followed. I caught up with her, put my arm around her waist, and we swam together. She laughed the whole time. On the dock, while we were drying ourselves off, she said, "I'm darker than you." I asked her if she wanted to go to the movies that evening. She laughed again and told me there was a Fernando movie she'd like to see. Once we were dressed, she seemed very surprised to see I was wearing a black tie, and she asked me if I was in mourning. I told her Maman had died. She wanted to know how long ago.
Brand new.
So I said, yesterday. Fucking A. Just imagine that was the girl that said that. She asked, good and you? God damn it. Ugh, freaking Neko arc. I told her Maman had died. She wanted to know how long ago. So I said, yesterday. She gave a little start but didn't say anything. I felt like telling her it wasn't my fault, but I stopped myself because I remembered that I'd already said that to my boss. It didn't mean anything. Besides, you always feel a little guilty. By that evening, Mary had forgotten all about it. The movie was funny in parts, but otherwise it was just too stupid. She had her leg pressed against mine. I was fondling her breast. Towards the end of the show, I gave her a kiss, but not a good one. What just happened? What? The movie was funny in parts, but otherwise it was just too stupid. She had her leg pressed against mine. I was fondling her breast. Oh, you could just do that? Okay, cool. What? Damn. Man moves fast. It's like literally the first... I mean, I guess they had a conversation or something. Wait, there was something that I was missing here. I didn't miss it. I felt like telling her it wasn't my fault, but I stopped myself because I remembered that I already said that to my boss. Yeah, that's a very weird thing to say to somebody. Saying that it's not your fault when somebody died. But, I mean, considering I would say most of us already know how this ends, yeah. This, man, I'm kind of sad now, actually. This would have been so cool to read if I didn't know how it ends. It's old France, bro. I feel like is this not like how it goes anyways? I think America is not as intimate as a lot of other countries are. I would say a lot of other countries are a lot more open and more closer with each other than America, 100%. I think we're very conservative in terms of that. Like, I mean, Japan, for example, has open baths. We're Spooter right now, Spooter. I was told by quite a few people that like France, they just hit on each other a lot. Spooter's a Frenchie, he is, I didn't know that. Let's see. Towards the end of the show, I gave her a kiss, but not a good one. She came back to my place. When I woke up, Mary had gone. She'd explained to me that she had to go to her aunt's. I remembered that it was Sunday, and that bothered me. I don't like Sundays, bruh. US is very all or nothing with it. We don't like the sex, we like the violence. Case in point, Mortal Kombat. Especially the latest Mortal Kombat. That is probably one of the funniest things I see about America. It's like you can chop up a person in half and their like very detailed intestines and organs will come spilling out in Mortal Kombat, but they had to make sure they covered up the ladies. They had to cover up the ladies in the game, though. They had to make sure they covered them up, though. They had to make sure that was in check. Mortal Kombat has their priorities, guys. Why does he not like Sundays, though? I don't like Sundays. Bro is like the opposite of Garfield. Counterpoint, 50 Shades of Grey? Mate, 50 Shades of Grey is for women. So I rolled over, tried to find the salty smell Mary's hair had left on the pillow, and slept until 10. Then I smoked a few cigarettes, still in bed, till noon. I didn't feel like having lunch at Celeste like I usually did because they'd be sure to ask questions and I don't like that. I fixed myself some eggs and ate them out of the pan, without bread because I didn't have any left and I didn't feel like going downstairs to buy some. Going downstairs to buy some? He lives on top of like a grocery store? Is that a thing? Wait, I swear I remember hearing about that actually. Like, it's almost like an apartment complex and on the first floor, There's a grocery store. Is that actually real? That sounds lit. I swear I've heard that before, actually. It was common in Europe for stores to rent out the upper floors. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's like actually convenient. Bro, imagine if there was just a giant building. Imagine having a Buc-ee's on the first floor of your apartment complex. Honestly though, I don't think living in an apartment complex like that would be fun anyways though. A giant like a 30-foot tall apartment complex does not sound fun. After lunch, I was a little bored and I wandered around the apartment. It was just the right size when Maman was here. Now it's too big for me, and I've had to move the dining room table into my bedroom. I live in just one room now, with some saggy straw chairs, a wardrobe whose mirror has gone yellow, a dressing table, and a brass bed. I've let the rest go. A little later, just for something to do. What the fuck was that? The hell was that? Was that Neko Arc? Mono audio jump scare, Jesus. I think that was like an ear rape version of Good and New. What the fuck was that? Hold on. I think that actually is. Yeah, oh my god, Jesus Christ, what a dick move! Neko Arc was tired of being ignored. Okay. That was the end of the video. I think we're done with Neko Arc. Jesus Christ. Whatever it was, I wanted out of my ear. It's the snail that's inside your ear, that's what it was. Oh god, where the hell am I now? In a brass bed, I've let the rest go. A little later, just for something to do, I picked up an old newspaper and read it. I cut out an advertisement for Christian salts and stuck it in an old notebook somewhere. Where I put things from the newspapers that interest me. I also washed my hands, and then I went out onto the balcony. My room looks out over the main street in the neighborhood. It was a beautiful afternoon, yet the pavement was wet and slippery, and what few people there were in a hurry. First, it was families out for a walk. 2 little boys in sailor suits, with trousers below the knees, looking a little cramped in their stiff clothes, and a little girl with a big pink bow and black patent leather shoes. Behind them, an enormous mother in a brown silk dress, and the father, a rather frail little man I know by sight. He had on a straw hat and a bow tie and was carrying a walking stick. Seeing him with his wife, I understood why people in the neighborhood said he was distinguished. A little later, the local boys went by, hair greased back, red ties, tight-fitting jackets, with embroidered pocket handkerchiefs, and square-toed shoes. I thought they must be heading to the movies in town. I used to have square-toed shoes. Wait, do I still have those actually? Is that my work shoes? I think my work shoes are actually square-toed shoes. I remember when I bought them and my mom saw them, she said that those are very British shoes. I was like, what? That was why they were leaving so early and hurrying towards the streetcar, laughing loudly. After them, the street slowly emptied out. The matinees had all started, I guess. The only ones left were the shopkeepers and the cats. The sky was clear but dull above the fig trees lining the street. On the sidewalk across the way, the tobacconist? They had a special word for people selling tobacco? The tobacconist? The tobacconist? The tobacconist brought out a chair, set it set it in front of his door, and straddled it, resting his arms on the back. The streetcars, packed a few minutes before, were almost empty. In the little cafe Chez Perot, next door to the tobacconist, the waiter was sweeping up the sawdust in the deserted restaurant inside. It was Sunday, all right. I turned my chair around and set it down like the tobacconist's, because I found that it was more comfortable that way. I smoked a couple of cigarettes, went inside to get a piece of chocolate, and went back to the window to eat it. Soon after that, the sky grew dark and I thought we were in for a summer storm. Mate, this... Holy crap. Day in the life of a Frenchie geezer. Bro is actually just smoking and then drinking coffee, eating chocolate, rinse and repeat. Oh, this sounds awful. Where are the video games? Gradually, though, it cleared up again. But the passing clouds had left a hint of rain hanging over the street, which made it look darker. I sat there for a long time and watched the sky. At 5 o'clock, some streetcars pulled up, clanging away. They were bringing back gangs of fans from the local soccer stadium. Soccer! Holy crap, what a madman. French book translated football into soccer. They were crowded onto the running boards and hanging from the handrails. The streetcars that followed brought back the players, whom I recognized by their little athletic bags. Does this contain spoilers for Runa? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I just joined. I have no idea what this is. This is The Stranger. This is the book that Meursault is based off of. The guy in Limbus Company. Meursault gives me hope because even if he can get game, then maybe I could too. Mate, you just have to look good. He's somehow more autistic than me. Mate, all you have to do is look okay and look healthy, okay? That's all you gotta do, and just put yourself out there. That's literally it. I shit you not. Drink coffee and smoke a lot. Now. Literally 1942? Fucking A, dude. Failing all three, what? Mate, just look healthy. Fucking A, come on. I don't know how to help you. I literally just said what you have to do. Throw yourself out there, look healthy, and be able to start a conversation. Just talk the funny. Be very enthusiastic on what you like, but don't try to go too autistic on it, okay? If you want to talk to them about Warhammer, don't go into details about the people's names and stuff. Just tell them, like, the gist of what Warhammer is. They will love it. They will love seeing enthusiastic people for their stuff. Be like, oh yeah, it's about these all these armies just killing each other and murder. Okay, maybe not that. I don't know how you describe Warhammer in a very attractive way. It has a very cool setting. Okay. They were crowded onto the running boards and hanging from the handrails. The streetcars that followed brought back the players whom I recognized by their little athletic bags. They were shouting and singing at the top of their lungs that their team would never die. Several of them waved to me. One of them even yelled up to me, "We beat them!" And I nodded, as if to say yes. From then on, there was a steady stream of cars. There is no attractive way to introduce Warhammer? I think there is. You just have to, just go for it. Tell them all about all the gore. You don't get into like the nasty details of it. Just tell them that it's a very cool world. Okay, you know what? You guys find out. Yeah, all you Warhammer fans, you figure it out, okay? I don't know how to describe that damn game. Tell them about the orcs. Orcs are always a good time. I feel like lobotomy corpus would actually be very easy to describe, I would say. The sky changed again. Above the rooftops, the sky had taken on a reddish glow, and with evening coming on, the streets came to life. People were straggling back from their walks. I recognized the distinguished little man among the others. Children were either crying or lagging behind. Almost all at once, moviegoers spilled out of the neighborhood theaters into the street. The young men among them were gesturing more excitedly than usual, and I thought they must have seen an adventure film. The ones who had gone to the movies in town came back a little later. They looked more serious. They were still laughing, but only now and then, and they seemed tired and dreamy. But they hung around anyways, walking up and down the sidewalk across the street. What is this? What are you sending me? What? Hold on. Oh, thank God. Fucking A. That was not supposed to show up on this link. That was not supposed to show up on that window. God, that was dangerous. Hey, Aiden, correct me if I'm wrong, but do you actually like tanks? Oh, it's girls and pens are per girl. LobCorp is easy to describe. Yeah, LobCorp is easy to describe. Warhammer, just say it's like, it's Star Trek, but very gritty. Very gritty, I would say. Just say that. People know Star Trek. You can't really say Star Wars, I think. Well, how fantasy is Warhammer, actually? They believe in gods and stuff, but I don't think there's actual magic in it, is there? Star Trek, but they hit the gritty. Come on, you little shit. There's actual magic in there. I know there's like Vermintide. That world has magic. Emperor is kept alive with psi magic, huh? Imagine StarCraft, a game, a girl wouldn't know StarCraft. Well, it depends on the girl you talk to, but if I'm talking about like the average girl, they probably don't know what StarCraft is. The young men among them were gesturing more excitedly than usual, and I thought they must have seen an adventure film. The ones who had gone to the movies in the town came back a little later. They looked more serious. They were still laughing, but only now and then, and they seemed tired and dreamy. But they hung around anyways, walking up and down the sidewalk across the street. The local girls, bareheaded, were walking arm in arm. The young men had made sure they would have to bump right into them, and then they would make cracks. The girls giggled and turned their heads away. Several of the girls, whom I knew, waved to me. Then the streetlamps came on all of a sudden and made the first stars appearing in the night sky grow dim. I felt my eyes getting tired from watching the street filled with so many people and lights. The street lamps were making the pavement glisten, and the light from the streetcars would glint off someone's shiny hair, or off a smile or a silver bracelet. Soon afterwards, with the streetcars running less often and the sky already blue above the trees and the lamps, the neighborhood emptied out, almost imperceptibly, until the first cat slowly made its way across the now deserted street. Then I thought maybe I ought to have some dinner. My neck was a little stiff from resting my chin on the back of the chair for so long. I went downstairs to buy some bread and spaghetti. Did my cooking and ate standing up. Why the fuck did spaghetti get a chuckle out of me? What the fuck? Why? What is wrong with my brain? Like, I just saw the word spaghetti. Fucking, there's something wrong with me, guys. God dang, Meursault, you got a long story. We're on page 34 right now, and we're an hour and a half in. This is like one of the shortest stories, I think, in the Limbus company cast. It's just me being distracted by you little shits. and also I'm trying to actually read it to you guys, which is definitely going to be slower. Is it because of spaghetti code? I don't, mate, like there's so many memes, like somebody touching my spaghetti. That one, there's like, I hope we get lots of spaghetti. Like that, all that stuff just like rushed into my brain when I heard spaghetti. All that shit just rushed straight into my brain the moment I hear spaghetti. Yi Sang only has 41 pages? Oh damn, his is probably the shortest then. I don't like him either, that's the problem. How long is Don Quixote? Meme sleeper agent? It's an epic, so yeah, I know Don Quixote's is pretty long. I feel like we're a class of preschoolers trying to listen to the teacher read off classic literature and nobody wants to pay attention. Don't say that. Aren't you guys 1,070 pages? Oh my god. Is this not an interesting read? We're definitely gonna have to come back to this, unfortunately. Like 34, we're at page 34. We're an hour 30 minutes in. So I feel like we could probably get to like 80 by the time, like 100, I think. We're gonna be at like 100, page 100 in 4 hours, maybe. Depends. I'm enthralled though. The fact this guy is able to describe this stuff happening so much is like insane to me. And all that's happened so far is Meursault has been sitting on his balcony, on his chair, drinking, smoking, eating chocolate, watching the people walk by. When was this released? This is like World War I, World War II times, I'm pretty sure. 1942, is that it? Part 2 is a good stopping point. I was thinking if anything, we could probably finish it another time. Like if I get to the halfway mark, I think we could probably finish it another time and I can go to Limbus Company. And I could do a solo run with Meursault because I'm still trying to do that. It would be really cool if I could do that. Let's see, my neck was a little stiff from resting my chin on the back of the chair for so long. I went downstairs to buy some bread and spaghetti, did my cooking, and ate standing up. Ate standing up? That's fucking weird. I wanted to smoke a cigarette at the window, but the air was getting colder and I felt a little chilled. I shut my windows, and as I was coming back, I glanced at the mirror and saw a corner of my table with my alcohol lamp next to some pieces of bread. It occurred to me that anyways, one more Sunday was over, and that Maman was buried now, that I was going back to work, and that really, nothing had changed. Oh, look at that, part 3. Part 2 is about halfway after the biggest story event. Are we not in part 3 now? Is that not what this is? We just did part 2, I believe. Oh wait, is there actually going to be chapter 3 of part 1? Ah, okay, I gotcha. That's what I was about to say, is this is like part 3 of chapter, or part 3 of part 3 of part 1. I worked hard at the office today. The boss was nice. He asked me if I wasn't too tired, and he also wanted to know Maman's age. I said, about 60, so as not to make a mistake, and I don't know why, but he seemed to be relieved somehow and to consider the matter closed. There was a stack of freight invoices that had piled up on my desk, and I had to go through them all. Before leaving the office to go to lunch, I washed my hands. I really like doing this at lunchtime. I don't enjoy it so much in the evening because the roller towel you use is soaked through. One towel has to last all day. I mentioned it once to my boss. He told me he was sorry, but it was a really minor detail. I left a little late, at 12:30, with Emmanuel, who works as a dispatcher. The office overlooks the sea, and we took a minute to watch the freighters in the harbor, which was ablaze with sunlight. Then a truck came towards us with its chains rattling and its engines backfiring. Emmanuel said, "How about it?" And I started running. The truck passed us and we ran after it. I was engulfed by the noise and the dust. Is he a cop? What's going on here? Is he a cop? I see dispatch, I think cop. He works as a dispatcher. Is he a cop? I couldn't see anything, and all I was conscious of was the sensation of hurtling forward in a mad dash through cranes and winches, masses bobbing on the horizon and the hulls of ships alongside us as we ran. I was first to grab hold and take a flying leap. Then I reached out and helped Emmanuel scramble up. We were out of breath. The truck was bumping around on the uneven cobblestones of the quay in a cloud of dust and sun. Emmanuel was laughing so hard that he could barely breathe. We arrived at Celeste's dripping with sweat. Celeste was there, as always, with his big belly, his apron, and his white mustache. He asked me if things were all right now. I told him yes, they were, and said I was hungry. I ate fast and had some coffee. Then I went home and slept for a while because I'd drunk too much wine, and when I woke up I felt like having a smoke. It was late and I ran to catch a streetcar. I worked all afternoon. It got very hot in the office, and that evening, when I left, I was glad to walk back slowly along the docks. The sky was green. I felt good, but I went straight home because I wanted to boil myself some potatoes. On my way upstairs, in the dark, I ran into old Salamano, my neighbor across the landing. He was with his dog. The two of them had been inseparable for 8 years. The spaniel had a skin disease, mange I think, which makes almost all his hair fall out and leave it covered with brown sores and scabs. After living together for so long, the two of them alone in one tiny room, they've ended up looking like each other. Old Salamano has reddish scabs on his face and wispy yellow hair. As for the dog, he's sort of taken on his master's stooped look, muzzle down, neck straining. They look as if they belong to the same species, and yet they hate each other. Twice a day at 11 and 6, the old man takes the dog out for a walk. They haven't changed their route in 8 years. You could see them in the Rue de Leon, the dog pulling the man along until old Salamano tumbles. Then he beats the dog and swears at it. The dog cowers and trails behind. Then it's the old man who pulls the dog. Once the dog is forgotten, it starts dragging its master along again, and again it gets beaten and sworn at. Then they both stand there on the sidewalk and stare at each other, the dog in terror, the man in hatred. It's the same thing every day. When the dog wants to urinate, the old man won't give him enough time and yanks at him, so that the spaniel leaves behind a trail of little drops. If the dog has an accident in the room, it gets beaten again. This has been going on for 8 years. Celeste is always saying, "It's pitiful," but really, who's to say? When I ran into him on the stairs, Salamano was swearing away at the dog. He was saying, "Filthy, stinking bastard!" and the dog was whimpering. I said good evening, but the old man just went on cursing. So I asked him what the dog had done. He didn't answer. Fucking A, dude. God damn it. My brain is just... my brain has been infested by memes. The DNA of the soul. Just Meursault saying what the dog doing. So I asked him what the dog doing. He didn't answer. All he said was, "Filthy, stinking bastard!" I could barely see him leaning over his dog, trying to fix something on its collar. I spoke louder. Then, without turning around, he answered with a kind of suppressed rage. "He's always there." Then he left, yanking at the animal, which was letting itself be dragged along, whimpering. Just then, my other neighbor came in. The word around the neighborhood is that he lives off women, but when you ask him what he does, he's a warehouse guard. Generally speaking, he's not very popular, but he often talks to me and sometimes stops by my place for a minute, because I listen to him. I find what he has to say interesting. Besides, I don't have any reason not to talk to him. His name is Raymond Sintes? Raymond Sintes. He's a little on the short side, with broad shoulders and a nose like a boxer's. He always dresses very sharp, and once he said to me, talking about Salamano, "If that isn't pitiful." He asked me didn't I think it was disgusting, and I said no. "Excuse me, fine sir, may I inquire as to what acts thine canine hath committed?" said Don Quixote. Don Quixote chimes in. We went upstairs and I was about to leave him when he said, "I've got some blood sausage and some wine at my place. How about joining me?" I figured it would save me the trouble of having to cook for myself, so I accepted. He has only one room too, and a little kitchen with no window. Over his bed he has a pink and white plaster angel, some pictures of famous athletes, and 2 or 3 photographs of naked women. The room was dirty and the bed was unmade. First he lit his paraffin lamp. Then he took a pretty dubious looking bandage out of his pocket and wrapped it around his right hand. I'd asked him what he'd done to it. He said he'd been in a fight with some guy who was trying to start trouble. "You see, Monsieur Meursault," he said, "it's not that I'm a bad guy, but I have a short fuse." This guy says to me, if you're man enough, you'll get down off that streetcar. I said, come on, take it easy. Then he said, you're yellow. So I got off and I said to him, I think you better stop right there or I'm gonna have to teach you a lesson. And he said, you and who else? So I let him have it. He went down. I was about to help him up, but he started kicking me from there on the ground. So I kneed him one and slugged him a couple times. His face was all bloody. I asked him if he had enough. He said yes. All this time, Sintes was fiddling with his bandage. I was sitting on the bed. He said, so you see, I wasn't the one who started it. He was asking for it. It was true and I agreed. Then he told me that as a matter of fact, he wanted to ask my advice about the whole business. Because I was a man, I knew about things. I could help him out, and then we'd be pals. I didn't say anything, and he asked me again if I wanted to be pals. I said it was fine with me. He seemed pleased. He got out the blood sausage, fried it up, and set out glasses, plates, knives and forks, and 2 bottles of wine. All this in silence. Then we sat down. As we ate, he started telling me his story. He was a little hesitant at first. I knew this lady. As a matter of fact, well, she was my mistress. The man he'd had the fight with was this woman's brother. He told me he'd been keeping her. I didn't say anything, and yet right away he added that he knew what people around the neighborhood were saying, but that his conscience was clear and that he was a warehouse guard. To get back to what I was saying, he continued, I realized that she was cheating on me. He'd been giving her just enough to live on. He paid the rent on her room and gave her 20 francs a day for food. 300 francs for the room, 600 for food, a pair of stockings every now and then. That made it 1,000 francs, and her highness refused to work. But she was always telling me that things were too tight, that she couldn't get by on what I was giving her. And I'd say to her, why not work half days? You'd be helping me out on all the little extras. I bought you a new outfit just this month. I give you 20 francs a day. I pay your rent. And what do? You have coffee in the afternoons with your friends. You even provide the coffee and sugar. And me, I provide the money. I've been good to you, and this is how you repay me? But she wouldn't work. She just kept on telling me she couldn't make ends meet. And that's what made me realize she was cheating on me. My guy Mercy is literally an NPC of his own life. Man just has no opinion about anything, really. Then he told me that he'd found a lottery ticket in her purse, and she hadn't been able to explain how she paid for it. A short time later, he'd found a ticket from the shop in Montepiete. What the fuck is this word? How do you say this last bit? Montepie? I feel like the T is silent here. Montepie. Piete? It is Piete. So you do pronounce the T? Piete. Mon Piete? Piete. Yeah, that's what I figured. It's actually, oh my god, it's actually over. Holy shit. No, you shut up there. Montepiete in her room, which provided that she'd pawned 2 bracelets. Until then, he hadn't even known the bracelets existed. It was clear that she was cheating on me, so I left her. But first I smacked her around, and then I told her exactly what I thought of her. I told her that all she was interested in was getting into the sack. You see, Monsieur Meursault, it's like I told her. You don't realize that everybody's jealous of how good you have it with me. Someday you'll know just how good it was. He'd beaten her till she bled. He'd never beaten her before. I'd smack her around a little, but nice-like, you might say. She'd scream a little. I'd close the shutters and it always ended the same way. But this time it's for real. And if you ask me, she still hasn't gotten what she has coming. Then he explained that that was what he needed advice about. He stopped to adjust the lamp's wick, which was smoking. I just listened. I drunk close to a liter of wine and my temples were burning. I was smoking Raymond's cigarettes because I'd run out. The last streetcars were going by, taking the now distant sounds of the neighborhood with them. Raymond went on. What bothered him was that he still had sexual feelings for her, but he wanted to punish her. First he thought of taking her to a hotel and calling the vice squad to cause a scandal and have her listed as a common prostitute. After that, he'd look up some of his underworld friends, but they didn't come up with anything. As Raymond pointed out to me, a lot of good it does being in the underworld. He said the same thing to them, and then they'd suggest marking her. But that wasn't what he wanted. He was going to think about it, but first he wanted to ask me something. Before he did though, he wanted to know what I thought of the whole thing. I said I didn't think anything but that it was interesting. He asked if I thought she was cheating on him, and it seemed to me she was. If I thought she should be punished and what I would do in his place, and I said you can't ever be sure, but I understood his wanting to punish her. I drank a little more wine. He lit a cigarette and let me in on what he was thinking about doing. He wanted to write her a letter. One with a punch, and also some things in it to make her sorry for what she's done. Then, when she came running back, he'd go to bed with her, and right at the last minute, he'd spit in her face and throw her out. Yes, that would punish her, I thought. But Raymond told me he didn't think he could write the kind of letter it would take, and that he thought of asking me to write it for him. Since I didn't say anything, he asked if I'd mind doing it right then, and I said no. He downed a glass of wine and then stood up. He pushed aside the plates and the little bit of cold sausage we'd left. He carefully wiped the oilcloth covering the table. Then from a drawer in his night table, he took out a sheet of paper, a yellow envelope, a small red pen box, and a square bottle with purple ink in it. When he told me the woman's name, I realized she was Moorish. I wrote the letter. I did it just as it came to me, but I tried my best to please Raymond because I didn't have any reason not to please him. Then I read it out loud. He listened, smoking and nodding his head. Then he asked me to read it again. I didn't comment on it. This is fucked up. This is a little messed up. just a wee bit, guys. I don't know who the hell Meursault is getting into cahoots with, but Jesus Christ. Who was it again? Did they say his name? His 40s were a fucked up time. Average Frenchman. Raymond, there we go. Yeah, his name is Raymond. He was very pleased. He said, I could tell you knew about these things. I didn't notice at first, but he had stopped calling me Monsieur. It was only when he announced, now you're a pal, Meursault, and said it again that it struck me. He repeated his mark and I said, yes. I didn't mind being his pal, and he seemed set on it. He sealed the letter and we finished off the wine. Then we sat and smoked for a while without saying anything. Your Raymond voice makes me think of Found You Faker. What, Shadow the Hedgehog? I was like half-assing like a New Yorker Boston thing. That's what I was trying to go for. Shadow the Hedgehog? I could tell you knew about these things. I don't think he's gonna be Shadow. He sealed the letter and we finished off the wine that we sat and smoked. Outside everything was quiet. Oh, here we go. I picture Raymond as Danny DeVito. Damn. Then we sat and spoke for a while without saying anything. Outside everything was quiet. We heard the sound of a car passing. I said, it's late. Raymond thought so too. He remarked how quickly the time passed, and in a way it was true. I felt sleepy, but it was hard for me to get up. I must have looked tired, because Raymond told me not to let things get to me. At first I didn't understand. Then he explained that he heard about Maman's death, but that it was one of those things that was bound to happen sooner or later. I thought so too. I got up. Raymond gave me a very firm handshake and said that men always understand each other. I left his room, closing the door behind me, and paused for a minute in the dark, on the landing. The house was quiet, and a breath of dark, dank air wafted up from deep in the stairwell. All I could hear was the blood pounding in my ears. I stood there, motionless, and in old Salamano's room, the dog whimpered softly. Fucking A, dude. Oh my god. Ugh. Oh, that'd be such an awful pull. I actually thought about the poll. Who had it worse, the dog or Raymond's girl? It'd be such a fucked up poll to do. Both of these situations are so messed up. Do it? No, I ain't doing that. They're both messed up. I'm sorry. Like, cheating is wrong, yes, but you don't need to get physical about it. Especially considering what is to come. Oh, goody. I worked hard all week. Raymond stopped by and told me he sent the letter. I went to the movies twice with Don Quixote, who doesn't always understand what's going on the screen. So you have to explain things to him. Emmanuel. Wait, how old is Emmanuel? Is Emmanuel just old, or is... Maybe Emmanuel is just slow? Emmanuel was the dispatcher you worked with, so should be the same age. There we go. For some reason the name escaped me. But yeah, what's dispatcher? What is this? Hold on, I'm actually gonna dispatcher. Person who is responsible for sending out people or vehicles to where they are needed, especially emergency vehicles. Oh. They work in an office, they're dispatchers. So it like, my brain immediately went to like police. But I'm guessing it's something else then? They work with dock cargo. Yeah, there's also that too. They work in freight distribution. Okay, so that's what it is then. I just never really put like a cargo, like a dock with an office. I don't really put those two together. You had to explain things to him. Yesterday was Saturday, and Mary came over as we'd planned. I wanted her so bad when I saw her in that pretty red and white striped dress and leather sandals. You could make out the shape of her firm breast, and her tan made her face look like a flower. We caught a bus and went a few kilometers outside Algiers, to a beach with rocks at either end, bordered by shore grass on the land side. The 4 o'clock sun wasn't too hot, but the water was warm, with slow, gently lapping waves. Mary taught me a game. As you swam, you had to skim off the foam from the crest of the waves with your mouth. Hold it there, then roll over on your back and spout it towards the sky. This made a delicate froth which had disappeared into the air or fell back in a warm spray over my face. But after a while, my mouth was stinging with a salty bitterness. Then Mary swam over to me and pressed herself against me in the water. She put her lips on mine. Her tongue cooled my lips, and we tumbled in the waves for a moment. When we gotten dressed again on the beach, Mary looked at me with her eyes sparkling. I kissed her. We didn't say anything more from that point on. I held her to me and we hurried to catch a bus, get back, go to my place, and throw ourselves onto my bed. Is this the same girl, right? This is the same girl? This is the same girl, correct? This is the same, okay. I was like, bro, is he actually like getting another girl? Like, goddamn. It's the same person though. I'd left my window open, and the summer night air flowing over our brown bodies felt good. That morning, Mary stayed, and I told her that we would have lunch together. I went downstairs to buy some meat. On my way back upstairs, I heard a woman's voice in Raymond's room. A little later, old Salamano growled at his dog. We heard the sound of footsteps and claws on the wooden stairs, and then, "Lousy stinking bastard!" and they went down into the street. I told Mary all about the old man and she laughed. She was wearing a pair of my pajamas with the sleeves rolled up. When she laughed, I wanted her again. A minute later, she asked me if I loved her. I told her it didn't mean anything, but that I didn't think so. She looked sad. But as we were fixing lunch, and for no apparent reason, she laughed in such a way that I kissed her. It was then that we heard what sounded like a fight break out in Raymond's room. First we heard a woman's shrill voice, and then Raymond saying, "You used me, you used me. I'll teach you to use me." Maybe I should do that in Danny DeVito's voice. "You used me, you used me. I'll teach you to use me." That's like Penguin Danny DeVito from Batman. It's like evil Danny DeVito. What was it? I dropped my monster condom from my Magnum dong. That's the line I have to do to get into the Danny DeVito voice. That, for some reason, is the line I have to do. Evil Danny. There were some thuds and the woman screamed, but in such a terrifying way that the landing immediately filled with people. Mary and I went to see, too. The woman was still shrieking and Raymond was still hitting her. Mary said it was terrible and I didn't say anything. She asked me to go find a policeman, but I told her I didn't like cops. One showed up anyways with the tenant from the 3rd floor, who's a plumber. The cop knocked on the door and we couldn't hear anything anymore. He knocked harder, and after a minute the woman started crying and Raymond opened the door. He had a cigarette in his mouth and an innocent look on his face. The girl rushed to the door and told the policeman that Raymond had hit her. "What's your name?" the cop said. Raymond told him. "Take that cigarette out of your mouth when you're talking to me," the cop said. Raymond hesitated, looked at me, and took a drag on his cigarette. Right then the cop slapped him. A thick, heavy smack right across the face. The cigarette went flying across the landing. The look on Raymond's face changed, but he didn't say anything for a minute, and then he asked, in a meek voice, if he could pick up his cigarette. The cop said to go ahead and added, "Next time you'll know better than to clown around with the policeman." Meanwhile, the girl was crying and she repeated, "He beat me up, he's a pimp." Fucking A, it's Raymond. God damn it. God damn it. Such a serious moment too. "Officer," Raymond asked, "is that legal? Calling a man a pimp like that?" But the cop ordered him to shut his trap. Then Raymond turned to the girl and said, "You just wait, sweetheart. We're not through yet." We're not through yet. I need to do Danny DeVito's voice more often. The cop told him to knock it off and said that the girl was to go, and he was to stay in his room and wait to be summoned to the police station. He also said that Raymond ought to be ashamed to be so drunk that he'd have the shakes like that. Then Raymond explained, "I'm not drunk, officer. It's just that I'm here, and you're there, and I'm shaking. I can't help it." He shut his door and everybody went away. Mary and I finished fixing lunch, but she wasn't hungry. I ate almost everything. She left at 1 o'clock and I slept a while. Around 3 o'clock there was a knock on my door and Raymond came in. I didn't get up. He sat down on the edge of my bed. He didn't say anything for a minute and I asked him how it had all gone. He told me that he'd done what he wanted to do, but that she'd slap him, and so he'd beaten her up. I'd seen the rest. I told him it seemed to me that she'd gotten her punishment now, and he ought to be happy. He thought so too, and he pointed out that the cop could do anything he wanted. It wouldn't change the fact that she'd gotten her beating. He added that he knew all about cops and how to handle them. Then he asked me if I had expected him to hit the cop back. I said I wasn't expecting anything, and besides, I didn't like cops. Raymond seemed pretty happy. He asked me if I wanted to go for a walk with him. I got up and started combing my hair. He told me that I'd have to act as a witness for him. It didn't matter to me, but I didn't know what I was supposed to say. According to Raymond, all I had to do was to state that the girl had cheated on him. I agreed to act as a witness for him. No, Meursault, fuck. Are you serious? This is the moment where you actually have to have your own voice, Meursault. God damn it. We went out and Raymond bought me a brandy. Meursault's such a good friend. Good friend for the wrong people. Then he wanted to shoot a game of pool, and I just barely lost. Afterwards, he wanted to go to a whorehouse, but I said no, because I don't like that. So we took our time getting back, him telling me how glad he was that he'd been able to give the woman what she deserved. I found him very friendly with me, and I thought it was a nice moment. From a distance, I noticed old Salamano standing on the doorstep. He looked flustered. When we got closer, I saw that he didn't have his dog. He was looking all over the place, turning around, peering into the darkness of the entryway, muttering incoherently, and then he started searching the street again with his little red eyes. When Raymond asked him what was wrong, he didn't answer right away. I barely heard him mumble, "Stinking bastard," and he went on fidgeting around. I asked him where his dog was. He snapped at me and said he was gone, and then all of a sudden the words came pouring out. "I took him to the parade ground like always. There were lots of people around the booths at the fair. I stopped to watch the king of the escape artists, and when I was ready to go, he wasn't there. Sure, I've been meaning to get him a smaller collar for a long time, but I never thought the bastard would take off like that." Then Raymond pointed out to him that the dog might have gotten lost and that he would come back. He gave examples of dogs that had walked dozens of kilometers to get back to their masters. What the fuck? What kind of dog would go back to that little shit? Nevertheless, the old man looked even more flustered. "But they'll take him away from me, don't you see? If only somebody would take him in, but that's impossible. Everybody's disgusted by his scabs. The police will get him for sure." So I told him he should go to the pound, and then give the dog back to him after he paid a fee. He asked me if it was a big fee. I didn't know. Then he got mad. "Pay money for that bastard? Ha! He could damn well die!" And he started cursing the dog. Raymond laughed and went inside. I followed him and we parted upstairs on the landing. A minute later, I heard the old man's footsteps and he knocked on my door. When I opened it, he stood in the doorway for a minute and said, Excuse me. I asked him to come in, but he refused. He was looking down at the tips of his shoes, and his scabby hands were trembling. Without looking up at me, he asked, "They're not going to take him away from me, are they, Monsieur Meursault? They'll give him back to me. Otherwise, what's going to happen to me?" I told him that the pound kept dogs for 3 days so that their owners could come and clean them, and that after that they did with them as they saw fit. He looked at me in silence. Then he said, "Good night." He shut his door and I heard him pacing back and forth. What does he want? If the dog goes to the pound or just disappears, isn't that what he wants? He sounds like somebody who's actually like really lonely, so he does want the dog. But he's just such a dick to it though. He doesn't understand. He needs to be less of a dick to the dog. He's clearly worried. He's fucking alone. We're social animals, so we need somebody to be like, we need somebody to interact with. And that's probably the only thing he has to interact with. But he's treating the dog like shite. The dog ain't gonna come back. There's no way. I don't understand how people can do this to dogs. Okay, look, there's actually somebody, I don't know how the hell or why the hell they do this, but there's actually like somebody who lives like near me who has a Chihuahua and they keep it tied to their porch. I'm pretty sure they don't do that during the winter or fall though, because that's just like the dog will actually just straight up die if they do that. So I'm pretty sure they bring the dog in, but during like the spring and summer, they always have that dog tied up on their porch. It's like, fuck, dude. How do you just do that? No empathy. The only time that I've seen like, I thought like it's messed up, but I thought it was like, whatever, is like when there was like this kid that was, I think 3 or 4 at the time. So it's a kid, for God's sakes. They obviously don't know what the hell they're doing. No, I think they were even like 2 or 3 years old. And the kid really liked this kitten that they just got, and he didn't want to share the kitten. So when some of us told him that he should leave the kitten alone because the kitten was trying to get away from him, he actually grabbed a pillow and put the kitten under the pillow and like was pressing down on the pillow because he wanted to keep the kitten to himself. Obviously, that's fucked up. But it's like one of those things where it's a kid and they don't know better. The fuck? The kid doesn't know better. Again, they were like 2 years old or something. The kitten's fine, by the way. Did you save the kitten? Oh yeah, no, he got his ass beat. He got a spanking for that. Did someone stop the kid? Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, his brother did. His big brother did. The big brother was like in middle school or something at the time. He immediately just grabbed him and just told him what the hell. That's wrong. You shouldn't do that. I have a dumber story about an adult. See, that's the issue. Typically when you grow up and you're an adult, you start to understand, you should understand empathy at that point. My brother broke my dog's leg when he was 5 trying to bathe it. That sounds like an accident? That kind of sucks. Yeah, I think our dog currently, Cagney, she actually has a broken leg because she was abused. She was abused before we got her. And yeah, so we actually got her when she had a cast on her, like, was it her left leg? It's her front, it's one of her front legs. Why can't I remember which leg it is? I've known her for over a decade now. I think it's her left leg. It should be her front left leg. He later died from an infection. Yeah, that's just, it really does suck. It blows me away how a lot of the dogs we've had a lot of dogs in our lifetime. Some dogs are just gone in like 2 years. Some dogs are gone after 7 years. This fucking dog we've had named Cagney, broken left leg, broken front left leg. We've had her for, again, over a decade. She's still kicking. My brother took her to the vet like probably 2 months ago, said that she was healthy. I don't know how she does it. An adult and his kid put a dog inside the microwave because it didn't stop shaking. They were trying to heat the dog up. I remember hearing a story like that. I remember hearing a story of an old lady doing that to her dog because the dog was wet, so she wanted to dry off the dog in the microwave. People are stupid. I don't know what else to say. Some people just do really dumb shit. Then he said, "Good night." He shut his door and I heard him pacing back and forth. His bed creaked, and from the peculiar little noise coming through the partition, I realized he was crying. For some reason I thought him Amon, but I had to get up early the next morning. I wasn't hungry, and I went to bed without any dinner. Raymond called me at the office. He told me that a friend of his, he'd spoken to him about me, had invited me to spend the day Sunday at his little beach house near Algiers. Damn, gotta play Ruina. Need something more wholesome. Oh, bro, you ain't going to Ruina expecting wholesome, my guy. There's probably like 2 or 3 scenes that are wholesome in that. Watch funny videos on YouTube about Lobotomy Corporation. Here, let me link something here. Let me help you out. I got you. Here you go. Just watch this for like 1:40. That'll cheer you up right there. And then come back, I guess. Please don't leave. Who would win, all the sinners versus a single LobCorp nugget post Ruina? Are you talking about like post Ruina? That's like, they would have like a key page, I guess. It depends on the key page. Red Mist key page. Wait, they can't even put that on. The blue reverb. A single nugget with the blue reverb key page, I think they would be able to handle the sinners. Raymond called me at the office. He told me that a friend of his, he'd spoken to him about me, had invited me to spend the day Sunday at his little beach house near Algiers. I said I'd really like to, but I promised to spend the day with a girlfriend. Raymond immediately told me that she was invited too. His friend's wife would be very glad not to be alone with a bunch of men. I wanted to hang up right away because I know the boss doesn't like people calling us from town. But Raymond asked me to hang on and told me he could have passed on the invitation that evening, but he had something else to tell me. He'd been followed all day by a group of Arabs, one of whom was the brother of his former mistress. If you see him hanging around the building when you get home this evening, let me know. I said I would. Is there somewhere I can view the reading VODs? This is my first time reading The Stranger. I guess I'll probably put this in. I'll put this on my VOD channel, which there should be a link to my YouTube channels or my YouTube videos, my recent Limbus Company YouTube videos. There should be a link there. For Distortion Detective, I have those on my main channel. I don't have the last bits of it there though. And I think I'm just going to leave the Leviathan alone though. I still need to upload the last bits of the Distortion Detective onto my main channel. I forgot to do that. A little later, my boss sent for me, and for a second I was annoyed, because I thought he was going to tell me to do less talking on the phone and more work. But that wasn't it at all. He told me he wanted to talk to me about a plan of his that was still pretty vague. He just wanted to have my opinion on the matter. He was planning to open an office in Paris, which would handle his business directly with the big companies, on the spot, and he wanted to know how I felt about going there. I'd be able to live in Paris and to travel around for part of the year as well. You're young, and it seems to me it's the kind of life that would appeal to you. I said yes, but that really it was. Okay. I said yes, but that really, it was all the same to me. Then he asked me if I wasn't interested in a change of life. I said that people never changed their lives, that in any case one life was as good as another and that I wasn't dissatisfied with mine here at all. He looked upset and told me that I never gave him a straight answer, that I had no ambition, and that was disastrous in business. So I went back to work. I would rather not have upset him, but I couldn't see any reason to change my life. Looking back on it, I wasn't unhappy. When I was a student, I had lots of ambitions like that, but when I had to give up my studies, I learned very quickly that none of it really mattered. That evening, Mary came by to see me and asked me if I wanted to marry her. I said it didn't make any difference to me, and that we could if she wanted to. Then she wanted to know if I loved her. I answered the same way I had the last time, that it didn't mean anything, but that I probably didn't love her. So why marry me then? She said. I explained to her that it didn't really matter and that if she wanted to, we could get married. Jesus Christ, bro is absolutely indifferent to everything. Holy crap, this is insane. This is crazy. He's like, he reacts to carnal desires, and that is the only emotion you get out of him. Okay, for now I'm hard on psychopath. The bro is like actually neutral on everything, but when like sexual stuff comes around, neurons start activating. Besides, she was the one who was doing the asking, and all I was saying was yes. Then she pointed out that marriage was a serious thing. Real NPC? Mate, no, I swear NPC behavior is somebody who I feel like somebody who just wants to try to enjoy life, and well, that's kind of rude, I would say. Somebody who like wants to enjoy life and nothing else. Goku moment. I heard your porn addiction is pretty strong. Let me fight it. Oh my god. I fucking love those memes so much. Then she pointed out that marriage was a serious thing. I said, no. She stopped talking for a minute and looked at me without saying anything. Then she spoke. She just wanted to know if I would have accepted the same proposal from another woman, with whom I was involved in the same way. I said, sure? Wait, what? She just wanted to know if I would have accepted the same proposal from another woman, with whom I was involved in the same way. I said, sure. Marriage was a serious thing. Besides, she was the one who was doing the asking. And she just wanted to know if I would accept the same proposal. Wait, what? I'm guessing the wording means that he will say the exact same thing to another woman, but it almost sounds like he's saying that if another woman asks, he would say yes. Again, it's just like it says she just wanted to know if I would have accepted the same proposal. It almost sounds like he would say yes to another girl, just a little bit. But it's just saying that he would repeat the same answer to another girl if they asked. She's asking if she herself was special or if any other woman in her place would get the same answer. Yeah, I'm actually curious. If a girl just walked up straight to him and said, "Marry me," would he say the same thing? It almost sounds, yeah, I think that's what it's going for, basically. I said sure. Then she said she wondered if she loved me, and there was no way I could know about that. After another moment's silence, she mumbled that I was peculiar, that was probably why she loved me, but that one day I might hate her for the same reason. I didn't say anything, because I didn't have anything to add, so she took my arm with a smile and said she wanted to marry me. I said we could do it whenever she wanted. Then I told her about my boss's proposition, and she said she'd love to see Paris. I told her that I'd lived there once, and she asked me what it was like. I said, it's dirty. Lots of pigeons and dark courtyards. Everybody's pale. Then we went for a walk through the main streets to the other end of town. The women were beautiful, and I asked Mary if she noticed. She said yes, and that she understood what I meant. She started to understand him. Oh my god, so many ladies would get pissed if you said that to them. But she's like, yes, Meursault, they're very beautiful. Fucking A, dude. She said yes, and that she understood what I meant. For a while, neither of us said anything. But I wanted her to stay with me, and I told her we could have dinner together at Celeste. I can't stop. God damn it, this shit is ringing in my brain the entire time. I'm not gonna show it on stream because I'm probably gonna get in trouble for this image. It's fucking funny as hell though. I love these images. I love these type of images so much. Please tell me this isn't gonna be a long image. This image right here. That's the entire conversation. Fucking A, dude. But I wanted her, for a while neither of us said anything, but I wanted her to stay with me. And I told her we could have dinner together at Celeste. She would have liked to, but she had something to do. We were near my place, and I said goodbye to her. She looked at me. Don't you want to know don't you want to know what I have to do? I did, but I hadn't thought to ask, and she seemed to be scolding me. Guys way beyond autism, let's be real. Mate, some people just at some point there's a part in their brain where it just turns off all the emotions. That's just how it is for some people. It just happens. It sounds, I don't know, like it feels like almost this happened after school. It sounds like he was actually fine while studying and stuff. But then at some point, it's just something in his brain just turned off. Or he could have been like this his whole life, who knows? Who knows? I did, but I hadn't thought to ask, and she seemed to be scolding me. Then, seeing me so confused, she laughed again and she moved towards me with her whole body to offer me her lips. Post-graduation, he was forced to work to live with no real way to progress anymore. Yeah, dead-end jobs really do, like, you can definitely feel the difference between a dead-end job and like working at a job that you could possibly climb up in. The educational system did this to him. Honestly though, what the hell would you actually want to learn in education? I swear, even when I was like in middle school, even the students were saying like, why don't we learn taxes? Why don't we learn how to do our taxes? I feel like that's probably one of the most important things to learn. No fucking school teaches that. Teach us stuff that actually is important in our everyday life. He blends between absurdism and nihilism. Okay, I need to learn absurdism. I need to learn this word. I know something is absurd. I know what that means, but like absurdism? Intentionally ridiculous or bizarre behavior or character. Yeah, no, that doesn't seem... he doesn't have a ridiculous behavior. That's what I figured it meant. I was wondering, like, that doesn't seem like a good description for him. The second definition? Irregular behavior? I mean, there's definitely better words to describe somebody than absurdism. Let's see. With her whole body to offer me her lips. I had dinner at Celeste. I'd already started eating when a strange little woman came in and asked me if she could sit at my table. Of course she could. I think this is actually one of the coolest... I think this is probably one of the interesting things about culture, like in different cultures, you could just sit at the same table with another person, like at a restaurant. That is so interesting to me. I've never seen that before in America. We don't have that. We don't have that type of like closeness, I think, in America. 100%. Never seen this before. My entire time working as a server. This is literally not a thing. You still can if you have the balls for it. The other person would have to be fine with it. I'm pretty sure 99% of the people would say no to that. I think the other reason too is maybe possibly other countries' restaurants are just smaller? Maybe? Like, I feel like, is this also do they do this in Japan too? I swear I've seen that before in Japan. Every once in a while in media, I would see that happen in Japan as well. In like Japanese media. US feels like it's got so many priorities on individualism, so everyone builds a social bubble around themselves. Yeah, we're just not social to like a lot of other people, I would say. And the very few times that I've had a random jabroni on the street talk to me, it has been pretty fucking weird. Like when I was in high school trying to wait, I was waiting for my bus to like, cause I would have to go all the way to another town to go to school. Like it was like a 15-minute bus ride from one bus stop to another, and then I would have to walk 20 minutes to school. And when I was waiting for the bus stop to go back to my town, dude started talking to me about fucking Yahweh, like out of nowhere. He's like, you notice how the trees are all Y-shaped and stuff? Cause it's like, why? Like Yahweh. I'm like, okay. It's like 7 p.m. right now, and I really hope I'm not gonna perish right here. This man still is stuck to me to this day. I still think about that day. That was years ago, and I still think about that. By the way, it will change Japan, including the rollers with plates, due to people pranking put stuff on other people's plates. I think it'll be fine, even if people pull pranks. I think it just depends on the majority of people how much actually do that kind of stuff. He has touched your life. Is it good or bad, though? You guys decide. He's sending you straight to Yahweh. Oh my god. The golden bow from the Yahweh tree, yes. The golden bows are Y-shaped because of Yahweh, exactly. I had dinner at Celeste. I had already started eating when a strange little woman came in and asked me if she could sit at my table. Of course she could. Her gestures were jerky and she had bright eyes and a little face like an apple. She took off her jacket, sat down, and studied the menu feverishly. She called Celeste over and ordered her whole meal all at once, in a voice that was clear and very fast at the same time. While she was waiting for her first course, she opened her bag, took out a slip of paper and a pencil, added up the bill in advance, then took the exact amount plus tip out of a vest pocket and set it down on the table in front of her. At that point, the waiter brought her first course and she gulped it down. While waiting for the next course, she again took out of her bag a blue pencil and a magazine that listed the radio programs for the week. One by one, and with great care, she checked off almost every program. Since the magazine was about a dozen pages long, she meticulously continued this task throughout the meal. I had already finished, and she was still checking away with the same zeal. Then she stood up, put her jacket back on with the same robot-like movements, and left. I didn't have anything to do, so I left too and followed her for a while. She had positioned herself right next to the curb and was making her way with incredible speed and assurance, never once swerving or looking around. The fuck, is Meursault just a wacko magnet? Is he a JRPG main character? I don't think this is weird. It seems weird because he's describing it so well, so detailed. I don't know what she was doing with the paper, but it sounds like she was just marking off radio programs that she's heard, or radio programs that she wants to listen to in the future. That just sounds like all she was doing. Now, mind you, it sounds like she ate really fast, though. He has a personality of a copy machine. He's so cool, though. He's so cool in Limbus company. Let's be honest. I eventually lost sight of her and turned back. I thought about how peculiar she was, but forgot about her a few minutes later. Do you think if she said to marry him, would he do it? He is the embodiment of vibin. Fucking A. This story was made in like the 1940s. 80 years in the future. Oh my gosh, imagine there's a modern rendition of this. Instead of being called The Stranger, it was just called The Viber. Fucking A. He just vibing. You know the vibe. I thought about how peculiar she was, but forgot about her a few minutes later. I found old Salamano waiting outside my door. I asked him in, and he told me that his dog was lost, because it wasn't at the pound. The people who worked there had told him that maybe it had been run over. What a thoughtful thing to say. He asked if he could find out at the police station. They told him that they didn't keep track of things like that because they happened every day. I told old Salamano that he could get another dog, but he was right to point out to me that he was used to this one. I was sitting cross-legged on my bed, and Salamano had sat down on a chair in front of the table. He was facing me, and he had both hands on his knees. He had kept his old felt hat on. He was mumbling bits and pieces of sentences through his yellowing mustache. He was getting on my nerves a little, but I didn't have anything to do and I didn't feel sleepy. Just for something to say, I asked him about his dog. He told me he'd gotten it after his wife died. He had married fairly late. When he was young, he'd wanted to go into the theater. In the army, he used to act in military vaudevilles. Vaudevilles? But he had ended up working on the railroads, and he didn't regret it, because now he had a small pension. He hadn't been happy with his wife, but he pretty much got used to her. When she died, he had been very lonely, so he asked a shop buddy for a dog. He'd gotten this one very young. He had to feed it from a bottle, but since a dog doesn't live as long as a man, they'd ended up being old together. He was bad-tempered. Oh. Wait, shit, who is this guy? This is not Danny DeVito.
He was bad-tempered,
Salamano said.
We'd have a run-in every now and then, but he was a good dog just the same.
I said he was well-bred, and Salamano looked pleased.
And,
he added,
you didn't know him before he got sick.
Eustace? Oh my god, from Courage?
Stupid dog, you make me look bad.
Shoot, how do I do Eustace?
Stupid dog.
No, I mean, it's basically kind of the same voice already.
You didn't know him before he got sick. His coat was the best thing about him.
Every night and every morning after the dog had gotten that skin disease, Salamano rubbed him with ointment. But according to him, the dog's real sickness was old age, and there's no cure for old age. At that point I yawned, and the old man said he'd be going. I told him that he could stay and that I was sorry about what had happened to his dog. He thanked me. He told me that Maman was very fond of his dog. He called her your poor mother. He said he supposed I must be very sad since Maman died, and I didn't say anything. Then he said, very quickly with an embarrassed look, that he realized that some people in the neighborhood thought badly of me for having sent Maman to the home. But he knew me, and he knew I loved her very much. I still don't know why, but I said that until then I hadn't realized that people thought badly of me for doing it, but that the home had seemed like the natural thing since I didn't have enough money to have Maman cared for.
Yahoo!
Jesus Christ. Anyways, I added, it had been a long time since she'd had anything to say to me, and she was bored all by herself.
Yes, he said, and at least in a home you can make a few friends.
Then he said goodnight. Should have turned the dog into a Sephiroth. Fuck my life. Can we do that? We can't do that, can we? Is that not possible yet? How much of the body can actually be robot until it just doesn't work anymore? You can get moving robot limbs, but how far can you go until the body just stops functioning? Has there been any pets in the PM universe yet? Good point, actually. I don't think we've seen a cat or dog in that world yet. Soma really touches on that well? Well, no, I'm talking about like with our current technology. With our current technology, how much can you actually put a brain onto a body and it still is functional? Like Soma, obviously, it's like Soma's all about the whole like the person's inside of a robot body and stuff. But I mean, like, how much can we do it, like actually in real life? Like, do you need the heart and the brain attached to each other and then everything else can just be like go crazy? Depends on what you define as your existence. No, I mean like actually just straight up like put the entire like brain into another body. But how much has to go with the brain? You need the heart. I think you need the heart too. Otherwise, it just dies. There's more than one means to do it. There is the nervous system stimuli problem. Yeah, like how much of that can be attached to like a robotic like limbs and like robotic organs, I would say. You can just supply oxygen and fuel to the brain, but that's really the most important part. Yeah, the heart does that. So I guess, well, yeah, we have artificial hearts, don't we? Attach the brain to an artificial heart, yeah, and then I think if you do, well, then you also need the waste system too. I think that's like the important parts, right? Is the brain needs a way to feel into, you need to fuel the brain with the heart, and then you also need a waste system to get rid of all of the, because there's always excess fuel. There's excess stuff from the fuel. Bro, we already had a dog in the PM universe, Bremen. Bremen? Does that count? Does that count? What if they 3D printed you a brain with your exact memories and hot swap it? That's impossible. That's the impossible part. The brain is too confusing for us right now to actually do something like that. That's a little crazy. How goes the Limbusing lore? We're gonna have to do this another stream, actually. We're halfway through-ish? We're on page 55 right now. We're 55 out of 137 right now, so we're gonna have to do this. We're gonna have to continue this another day. Maybe we might do this tomorrow instead of RimWorld. I'm not sure. Soulspade, thank you for the 3 Clifoth meltdowns. Hello, welcome. I think if anything, we might finish this off with a Limbus company mirror dungeon run or something. Then he said goodnight. He wanted to sleep. His life had changed now, and he wasn't too sure what he was going to do. For the first time since I'd known him, and with a furtive gesture, he offered me his hand, and I felt the scales of his skin. He gave a little smile, and before he left, he said,
I hope the dogs don't bark tonight. I always think it's mine.
Damn. The end of part 1 is a great place for a cliffhanger. Hope we get to it in time. I had a hard time waking up on Sunday, and Mary had to call me and shake me. We didn't eat anything, because we wanted to get to the beach early. I felt completely drained and I had a slight headache. My cigarette tasted bitter. Mary made fun of me because, she said, I had on a funeral face. She had put on a white linen dress and let her hair down. I told her she was beautiful, and she laughed with delight. On our way downstairs, we knocked on Raymond's door. He told us he'd be right down, once out in the street because I was so tired, and also because we hadn't opened the blinds. The day, already bright with sun, hit me like a slap in the face. Mary was jumping with joy and kept on saying what a beautiful day it was. I felt a little better and I noticed that I was hungry. I told Mary, who pointed to her oilcloth bag, where she'd put our bathing suits in a towel. I just had to wait, and then we heard Raymond shutting his door. He had on blue trousers and a white short-sleeved shirt, but he'd put on a straw hat, which made Mary laugh, and his forearms were all white under the black hairs. I found it a little repulsive. He was whistling as he came down the stairs, and he seemed very cheerful. He said, "Good morning, old man," to me and called Mary Mademoiselle. The day before, we'd gone to the police station, and I testified that the girl had cheated on Raymond. He'd gotten off with a warning. They didn't check out my statement. Outside the front door, we talked about it with Raymond, and then we decided to take the bus. The beach wasn't very far, but we'd get there sooner that way. Raymond thought his friend would be glad to see us get there early. We were just about to leave when all of a sudden Raymond motioned to me to look across the street. I saw a group of Arabs leaning against the front of the tobacconist's shop. They were staring at us in silence, but in that way of theirs, as if we were nothing but stones or dead trees. Raymond told me that the second one from the left was his man, and he seemed worried. But, he added, it was all settled now. Mary didn't really understand and asked us what was wrong. I told her that they were Arabs who had it in for Raymond. She wanted to get going right away. Raymond drew himself up and laughed, saying we'd better step on it. We headed toward the bus stop, which wasn't far, and Raymond said that the Arabs weren't following us. I turned around. They were still in the same place, and they were looking with the same indifference at the spot where we'd just been standing. We caught the bus. Raymond, who seemed very relieved, kept on cracking jokes for Mary. I could tell he liked her, but she hardly said anything to him. Every once in a while, she'd look at him and laugh. We got off in the outskirts of Algiers. The beach wasn't far from the bus stop, but we had to cross a small plateau which overlooks the sea and then drops steeply down to the beach. It was covered with yellowish rocks and the whitest asphodels, set against the already hard blue of the sky. Mary was having fun scattering the petals, taking big swipes at them with her oilcloth bag. We walked between rows of small houses behind green or white fences, some with their verandas hidden behind the tamarisk, others standing naked among the rocks. Before we reached the edge of the plateau, we could already see the motionless sea and, further out, a massive, drowsy-looking promontory in the clear water. Promontory or promontory? It's the first one. What the hell is this thing?
I'm learning words, guys!
Promontory. Point of high land that juts out into a large body of water, a headland. Sounds like a cliffside or a seaside. Nice to Project Moon to make a mobile game that doesn't actively clamor for your money near constantly. Yeah, they've been very thoughtful with their gacha system so far, I think.
Promontory.
Promontory, that's how you say it. They want to have a game that is consumer friendly. The man said himself that he wants to work on other projects and he just wants to make this game, so he has a war chest for future games. That's what the director said himself. And again, with I've said it millions of times on streams, the issues that they had when they first made Lobotomy Corporation, I don't exactly blame him. Limbus is a cash cow. Yeah, they're doing pretty well, I would say, for like their first month. The faint hum of a motor rose up to us in the still air, and way off we saw a tiny trawler moving almost imperceptibly, across the dazzling sea. Mary gathered some rock irises. From the slope leading down to the beach, we could see that there were already some people swimming. Raymond's friend lived in a little wooden bungalow at the far end of the beach. The back of the house rested up against the rocks, and the pilings that held it up in front went straight down into the water. Raymond introduced us. His friend's name was Masson. He was a big guy, very tall. God damn it. He was a big guy, very tall and broad-shouldered, with a plump, sweet little wife with a Parisian accent. Right off, he told us to make ourselves at home and said that his wife had just fried up some fish he'd caught that morning. I told him how nice I thought his house was. He told me that he spent Saturdays and Sundays and all his days off there. With my wife, of course, he added. Just then, his wife was laughing with Mary. For the first time maybe, I really thought I was going to get married. Masson wanted to go for a swim, but his wife and Raymond didn't want to come. The three of us went down to the beach and Mary jumped right in. Masson and I waited a little. He spoke slowly, and I noticed that he had a habit of finishing everything he said with, "and I'd even say," when really it didn't add anything to the meaning of a sentence. Referring to Mary, he said, "She's stunning, and I'd even say charming." After that, I didn't pay any more attention to this mannerism of his, because I was absorbed by the feeling that the sun was doing me a lot of good. The sand was starting to get hot underfoot. I held back the urge to get into the water a minute longer, but finally I said to Masson, "Shall we?" I dove in. He waded in slowly and started swimming only when he couldn't touch bottom anymore. He did the breaststroke, and not too well either, so I left him and joined Mary. The water was cold, and I was glad to be swimming. Together again, Mary and I swam out a ways, and we felt a closeness as we moved in unison, and were happy. What the hell is this going on? Bro, what the hell are you doing? Stop, cut it out. Jesus Christ, it actually did just cover up the entire chat. God damn. If Limbus ever fails, PM can always bust out the Limbus Company Cafe featuring Virgilius in a maid outfit. I feel like they should do one of those like mobile cafes, because I've been to like one convention my whole life and I saw like there was actually a cafe in there. There was actually like a maid cafe. They should do one of those. Not a maid cafe, mind you, but like a Project Moon themed cafe, like at a convention. They should do that, I think. That'd be really cool. I would wait in line and pay good money for that. Out in deeper water, we floated on our backs, and the sun on my upturned face was drying the last of the water trickling into my mouth. We saw Masson making his way back to the beach to stretch out in the sun. From far away, he looked huge. Mary wanted us to swim together. I got behind her to hold her around the waist. She used her arms to move us forward, and I did the kicking. The little splashing sound followed us through the morning air until I got tired. I left Mary and headed back, swimming smoothly and breathing easily. On the beach, I stretched out on my stomach alongside Masson and put my face on the sand. I said it was nice, and he agreed. Soon afterwards, Mary came back. I rolled over to watch her coming. She was glistening all over with salty water and holding her hair back. She lay down right next to me, and the combined warmth from her body and from the sun made me doze off. Mary shook me and told me that Masson had gone back up to the house, that it was time for lunch. I got up right away because I was hungry, but Mary told me I hadn't kissed her since that morning. It was true, and yet I had wanted to. "Come into the water," she said. We ran and threw ourselves into the first little waves. We swam a few strokes and she reached out and held on to me. I felt her legs wrapped around mine and I wanted her. When we got back, Masson was already calling us. I said I was starving, and then out of the blue, he announced to his wife that he liked me. The bread was good. I devoured my share of the fish. After that, there was some meat and fried potatoes. We all ate without talking. Masson drank a lot of wine and kept filling my glass. By the time the coffee came, my head felt heavy and I smoked a lot. My head felt heavy. Masson, Raymond, and I talked about spending August together at the beach, sharing expenses. Suddenly, Mary said, "Do you know what time it is? It's only 11:30. We were all surprised, but Masson said that we'd eaten very early and that it was only natural because lunchtime was whenever you were hungry. For some reason, that made Mary laugh. I think she'd had a little too much to drink. Then Masson asked me if I wanted to go for a walk on the beach with him. Bro, where... Hold on, we have the assets actually. Hold on. I need to see something real fast. Is there an asset of John Limbus Meursault smiling actually? Hold on, I need to check. I don't think there is. Hold on. Character artwork? Meursault. Let's see. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Looking for sprites. It's such a bad time to look for this, but I'm so curious. I am so curious if there is an image of Meursault smiling at all, like in his... You've got to be kidding me. This is literally all he has. That's his assets right there. Oh, shit, dude. That's all the assets he has. What is the difference between the top two? What is the difference between the bottom two, actually? He smiles in the top right, though. Look closely. The eyes are like, his eyes are wider in the top right, in the bottom right, I guess. That's it. The eyes are lowered for anger, frustration on the left too. Bro, you will never notice this in the cutscenes. You will never notice that. Unless it happens back to back. What is happy, can't you tell? It's the eyes, yeah, the eyes. The right ones have bigger eyes. Which I'm guessing the left one means he's squinting. We need a t-shirt of this. Fucking A, dude. Meursault, I swear. Let's see, for some reason that made Mary laugh. Then Masson asked me if I wanted to go for a walk on the beach with them. My wife always takes a nap after lunch. Me, I don't like naps. I need a walk. I tell her all the time it's better for her health. But it's her business. Mary said she'd stay and help Madame Masson with the dishes. The little Parisienne said that first they'd have to get rid of the men. The three of us went down to the beach. The sun was shining almost directly overhead onto the sand, and the glare on the water was unbearable. There was no one left on the beach. From inside the bungalows bordering the plateau and jutting out over the water, we could hear the rattling of plates and silverware. It was hard to breathe in the rocky heat rising from the ground. At first, Raymond and Masson discussed people and things I didn't know about. I gathered they'd known each other for a long time, and had even lived together at one point. We headed down to the sea and walked along the water's edge. Now and then a little wave would come up higher than the others and wet our canvas shoes. I wasn't thinking about anything because I was half asleep from the sun beating down on my bare head. At that point, Raymond said something to Masson which I didn't quite catch, but at the same time I noticed, at the far end of the beach and a long way from us, two Arabs in blue overalls coming in our direction. I looked at Raymond and he said, "It's him." We kept walking. Masson asked how they managed to follow us all this way. I thought they must have seen us get on the bus with the beach bag, but I didn't say anything. The Arabs were walking slowly, but they were already much closer. We didn't change our pace, but Raymond said, "If there's any trouble, Masson, you say, wait, no, right, this is not you. Wait, no, this is Danny DeVito, right? If there's any trouble, Mason, you take the other one. I'll take care of my man. Meursault, if another one shows up, he's yours." I said yes, and Masson put his hands in his pocket. The blazing sand looked red to me now. We moved steadily toward the Arabs. The distance between us was getting shorter and shorter. When we were just a few steps away from each other, the Arab stopped. Masson and I slowed down. Raymond went right up to his man. I couldn't hear what he said to him, but the other guy made a move as though he were going to butt him. Then Raymond struck the first blow and called Masson right away. Masson went for the one that had been pointed out as his and hit him twice, as hard as he could. The Arab fell flat in the water, face down, and lay there for several seconds with bubbles bursting on the surface around his head. Meanwhile, Raymond had landed one too, and the other Arab's face was bleeding. Raymond turned to me and said,
"Watch this! I'm gonna let him have it now!"
I shouted, "Look out, he's got a knife." He exclamated it. He said it exclamatedly. Look at that. Emotion. But Raymond's arm had already been cut open and his mouth slashed. Masson lunged forward, but the other Arab had gotten back up and gone around behind the one with the knife. We didn't dare move. They started backing off slowly, without taking their eyes off us, keeping us at bay with a knife. This is France, I thought, not Britain. Bro, have you seen modern Paris right now? When they thought they were far enough away, they took off running as fast as they could while we stood there motionless in the sun, and Raymond clutched at his arm, dripping with blood. Masson immediately said there was a doctor who spent his Sundays up on the plateau. Raymond wanted to go see him right away, but every time he tried to talk, the blood bubbled in his mouth. Jesus Christ, he got messed up in the mouth. He got stabbed in the mouth, right? Is that what it said? It said something about his mouth, and I wasn't 100% sure if he actually did get stabbed or not. Slashed? He got slashed in the mouth? Jesus. We steadied him and made our way back to the bungalow as quickly as we could. Once there, Raymond said that they were only flesh wounds and that he could make it to the doctors. He left with Masson, and I stayed to explain to the women what had happened. Madame Masson was crying and Mary was very pale. I didn't like having to explain to them, so I just shut up, smoked a cigarette, and looked at the sea. Damn. He said he was going to explain, and he said, "Nah, I'm good." Raymond came back with Masson around 1:30. His arm was bandaged up, and he had an adhesive plaster on the corner of his mouth. The doctor had told him that it was nothing, but Raymond looked pretty grim. Masson tried to make him laugh, but he still wouldn't say anything. When he said he was going down to the beach, I asked him where he was going. He said he wanted to get some air. Masson and I said we'd go with them, but that made him angry, and he swore at us. Masson said not to argue with him. I followed him anyways. We walked on the beach for a long time. By now, the sun was overpowering. It shattered into little pieces on the sand and water. I had the impression that Raymond knew where he was going, but I was probably wrong. At the far end of the beach, we finally came to a little spring running down through the sand behind a large rock. There we found our two Arabs. They were lying down in their greasy overalls. They seemed perfectly calm and almost content. Our coming changed nothing. The one who had attacked Raymond was looking at him without saying anything. The other one was blowing through a little reed over and over again, watching us out of the corner of his eye. He kept repeating the only 3 notes he could get out of his instrument. The whole time there was nothing but the sun and the silence, with a low gurgling from the spring and the 3 notes. Then Raymond put his hand in his hip pocket, but the others didn't move. They just kept looking at each other. I noticed that the toes on the one playing the flute were tensed, but without taking his eyes off his adversary, Raymond asked me,
"Should I let him have it?"
I thought that if I said no, he'd get himself all worked up and shoot for sure. All I said was, "He hasn't said anything yet. It'd be pretty lousy to shoot him like that." He could still hear the sound of the water and the flute deep within the silence and the heat. Then Raymond said,
"So I'll call him something, and when he answers back, I'll let him have it."
I answered, "Right, but if he doesn't draw his knife, you can't shoot." Raymond started getting worked up. The other Arab went on playing, and both of them were watching every move Raymond made.
"No."
"Oh, no," I said to Raymond. Take him on man to man and give me your gun. If the other one moves in, or if he draws his knife, I'll let him have it." This is how it happens, really? The sun glinted off Raymond's gun as he handed it to me, but we just stood there motionless, as if everything had closed in around us. We stared at each other without blinking, and everything came to a stop there between the sea, the sand, and the sun, and the double silence of the flute in the water. It was then that I realized that you could either shoot or not shoot. But all of a sudden, the Arabs backing away slipped behind the rock. So Raymond and I turned and headed back the way we'd come. He seemed better and talked about the bus back. I went with him as far as the bungalow. And as he climbed the wooden steps, I just stood there at the bottom, my head ringing from the sun, unable to face the effort it would take to climb the wooden staircase and face the women again. But the heat was so intense that it was just as bad standing still in the blinding stream falling from the sky. To stay or to go, it amounted to the same thing. A minute later, I turned back toward the beach and started walking. Oh God, it's happening. Oh God. There was the same dazzling red glare. The sea gasped for air with each shallow, stifled little wave that broke on the sand. I was walking slowly towards the rocks and I could feel my forehead swelling under the sun. All that heat was pressing down on me and making it hard for me to go on. And every time I felt a blast of its hot breath strike my face, I gritted my teeth, clenched my fist in my trouser pockets, and strained every nerve in order to overcome the sun and the thick drunkenness it was spilling over me. With every blade of light that flashed off the sand, from a bleached shell or a piece of broken glass, my jaws tightened. I walked for a long time. From a distance, I could see the small dark mass of rock surrounded by a blinding halo of light and sea spray. I was thinking of the cool spring behind the rock. I wanted to hear the murmur of its waters again, to escape the sun and the strain and the women's tears, and to find shade and rest again at last. But as I got closer, I saw that Raymond's man had come back. He was alone. He was lying on his back, with his hands behind his head, his forehead in the shade of the rock, the rest of his body in the sun. His blue overalls seemed to be steaming in the heat. I was a little surprised. As far as I was concerned, the whole thing was over, and I'd gone there without even thinking about it. As soon as he saw me, he sat up a little and put his hand in his pocket. Naturally, I gripped Raymond's gun inside my jacket. Then he lay back again, but without taking his hand out of his pocket. I was pretty far away from him, about 10 meters or so. I could tell he was glancing at me now, and then through half-closed eyes. But most of the time, he was just a form shimmering before my eyes in the fiery air. The sound of the waves was even lazier, more drawn out than at noon. It was the same sun, the same light still shining on the same sand as before. For 2 hours the day had stood still. For 2 hours it had been anchored in a sea of molten lead. On the horizon, a tiny steamer went by, and I made out the black dot from the corner of my eye because I hadn't stopped watching the Arab. It occurred to me that all I had to do was turn around, and that would be the end of it. But the whole beach, throbbing in the sun, was pressing on my back. I took a few steps towards the spring. The Arab didn't move. Besides, he was still pretty far away. Maybe it was the shadow on his face, but it looked like he was laughing. I waited. The sun was starting to burn my cheeks, and I could feel drops of sweat gathering in my eyebrows. The sun was the same as it had been the day I'd buried Maman, and like then, my forehead especially was hurting me, all the veins in it throbbing under the skin. It was this burning, which I couldn't stand anymore, that made me move forward. I knew that it was stupid, that I wouldn't get the sun off me by stepping forward, but I took a step, one step forward. And this time, without getting up, the Arab drew his knife and held it up to me in the sun. The light shot off the steel, and it was like a long, flashing blade cutting at my forehead. At the same instant, the sweat in my eyebrows dripped down over my eyelids, all at once, and covered them with a warm, thick film. My eyes were blinded behind the curtain of tears and salt. All I could feel were the symbols of sunlight crashing on my forehead, and, indistinctly, the dazzling spear flying up from the knife in front of me. The scorching blade slashed at my eyelashes and stabbed at my stinging eyes. That's when everything began to reel. The sea carried up a thick, fiery breath. It seemed to me as if the sky split open from one end to the other to rain down fire. My whole being tensed and I squeezed my hand around the revolver. The trigger gave. I felt the smooth underside of the butt. And there, in that noise, the gun croissant. Really? I felt the smooth underside of the butt, and there, in that noise, sharp and deafening at the same time, is where it all started. I shook off the sweat and sun. I knew that I had shattered the harmony of the day, the exceptional silence of a beach where I had been happy. Then I fired 4 more times at the motionless body where the bullets lodged without leaving a trace, and it was like knocking 4 quick times on the door of unhappiness. Really? So he actually, wait, what impulsed him to do this? Congratulations. Why do you sound like this was a struggle? What the fuck? The sun was hot, bro. He was literally at wasn't he literally right there? He was at the stair steps leading to the house that they were living in, right? He was literally right there, and instead of walking up the stairs, he said, fuck it, violence. Like, actually, he has no reason. Literally, he was there at the stair steps, and he decided, I'm gonna go out for a walk, actually. He decided talking to some girls was as painful as being in the sun. He let the intrusive thoughts win. Yes, that's actually what I was thinking. Like, he was actually letting the intrusive thoughts win. I feel like there's a certain point. I feel like that's a breaking point for everybody, I think. Like, when you're growing up, at some point you're going to have an intrusive thought, and whether you act on it or not is when, like, how your entire life goes. Your first intrusive thought, ladies and gentlemen, what do you do? The dude vibed too hard and like Icarus flew too close to the sun. Okay, so yeah, we hit part 2, and I just started this like reflexively now. I started this reflexively. So we hit part 2, guys. I think what we'll do is we'll definitely read this another time because we have like an hour left. And I kind of think what I want to do is I want to try doing the solo run with Meursault. We're going to try to do a solo run with Meursault. Meursault failed the intrusive thoughts clash.
자꾸만 말을 거시는군요. 관리자님의 규정에서는 그렇게 명시되어 있는 겁니까?
Why did you do it? Meursault, I'm so curious how they're going to translate this. How are they going to translate this into Limbus Company? Meursault with the gun in the mirror dungeon, what will he do? Holy crap, man. Absolutely insane. That was, mate, that is crazy how much it shifted from the funeral to him just lazing around in his place for the 4 days he had off, or well, for Sunday, I guess, to him hanging out with the girl. There is, like, Jesus Christ, I feel like I just watched the whole movie, actually. It was like, mate, I was gone. I didn't do anything for like 30 seconds. Relax, Meursault. Mate, it was so well detailed, I could see it all. Like, he was living pretty much in an apartment complex, right? They were talking about the stairwell, so I'm assuming like it's one of those apartment complex where you open the door and it's just a stairwell case. Bro, calm down. Relax, Meursault. Like, he opens the door and it's a stairwell case with an opening to the outside. I'm assuming that's what it is. Makes me realize I just never read that many good books because I totally get what you're saying. Honestly, if you want some good books, the books that I've read that really stick with me is actually I Am Legend and Lemony Snicket's A Series of Unfortunate Events. Those two books have stuck with me. That book series and I Am Legend. I Am Legend is really good. I remember there was another book that I read before. It was literally just a sea voyage. I completely forget why they did the sea voyage, but there was like the crew members, and for some reason there was kids there, and the entire book was their diary entries. So one chapter you would be in the perspective of like this girl that was there on the sea trip, and then another time you'll be like on the perspective of a kid or one of the crew members. If you're looking for books, I hear Angela has quite the selection. I mean, shoot, if I'm going to read more books, I'm probably going to be reading these books. It's a restaurant on bottom and then a stairwell that goes up maybe 2-3 floors with 3 rooms of floor. I thought it was a grocery store downstairs. The bottom floor is a grocery store, isn't it? And then where's Celeste? Is Celeste actually the first floor? Moby Dick soon? Nope. Moby Dick is long as hell. And apparently it's very cryptic too. That would be very hard to get through.
밤보다는 낮을 선호하는 편입니다. 보이지 않을수록 이해가 어렵기 때문입니다.
But yeah, so I think for the last bit, what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna try getting through this mirror dungeon. And I already started one because I was looking for a gift to start with. This is probably, I think, one of the best gifts to start with for a solo run, with like, especially with Meursault. I think this is probably one of the best gifts. This one right here. Heal 7.5% of the character's missing HP. And if you use a Wrath skill with it, it's 15% of missing HP. You get so much health off of this thing. And I started off with this in one of my runs, and it allowed me to get all the way to the second to last fight before the third boss. Frankenstein is quite a good read. Read it in high school and really liked it. I'm actually surprised that I didn't read that one, now that I think about it. I didn't really read much actually. But every once in a, but like, yeah, like the I Am Legend thing and the Lemony Snicket's things were just Lemony Snicket's I read as a kid and I was really into it and I really wanted to finish it. How many pulls did it take to get Corp Meursault? I'm gonna make a video of that and like there should be a video for that tomorrow, I think. But yeah, so the goal is to get Corp Meursault and solo mirror dungeon. Solo mirror dungeon Corp Meursault. That is what my goal is, and I hope I can do it so I can make a video out of it. Hold on one second. I need to start a recording though. Let me see real fast. Because if I were to do this, I have 24 gigabytes open space. Okay, that's good enough. If I do this, then I want to have a recording of the game and only the game. A Series of Unfortunate Events was the main series, I remember. Lemony Snicket's A Series of Unfortunate Events, yeah. Wait, the main series of what? This game sound loud as hell. I like to see you live. Love the Ruina content. Ruina? Ruina content's pretty old. Thank you for stopping by, man. We actually just got done reading half of The Stranger with John Meursault here. I'm actually trying to remember what Ruina content have I done so far. Oh my god, that's right, the Bina stuff. I forgot. No, I was supposed to finish that actually. No, I completely forgot about the Bina series. Oh my god. Dude, glad you're here. I went from another streamer who complained about everything being dumb. About what exactly? In this? What were they complaining about? It's a very part and parcel thing about just like of a Limbus company, about the game, about everything. Were they a gacha streamer? Because I've been told that this is very complicated compared to most other gacha games. I know there's a few issues with the game, like literally just like bugs. Like some of the EGO gifts don't work, some of the buffs and debuffs don't work, but that's actually typical of a Project Moon game. I shit you not. That's just how Project Moon games are when they first start. It's a bit of a rough road, but eventually it does get way better. They tend to fix it at some point. Here, let me actually show. They're not bugs. It's the PM charm. Yeah. Here, let me show you one of the best bugs when Ruina first came out. I still have. Look at this. Look at this beauty right here. Look at that. As you can see here, this is a soft lock. This is one of your nuggets going in for the kill, but they can't because the enemy was knocked too far back into the stage, so you were soft locked and you had to restart the fight. And this is one of the bugs we had to deal with when Ruina first came out. That's just Project Moon, baby. Ah, that's great. Look at them go. Look at the zoom. Look at How old is that WebM actually? How old have I had that? How long ago was this? This was 2020 of May 16th. So that's almost 2 years. The nugget be zooming. He do be zooming though. Did I take any damage that round? Bro, he's such a tanky boy. One of the books I come back every now and then is The Count of Monte Cristo. Isn't that the one where he breaks a dude into like a, he just like makes a wall while a dude, or I think that's like the cask of somebody. I think that's the cast of, I don't remember the name. I remember the Cask of Amontillado. There you go. That's what it's called. The Count of Monte Cristo. I remember the name. The Count of Monte Cristo. I don't know the story though. Boom. Boom. The Cask of Amontillado is hilarious. I don't get it. The entire time. Okay, that sucks. I'm not gonna heal off of that. That sucks. I don't get it. Like the entire time this dude is being like trapped, he does nothing about it, right? How the hell does that work? Why does he just man insults the main character and the main character kills him through getting walled up and chained? Yeah, like the entire time he's just insulting him while he's just walling him in. He was drunk? That's how drunk he was. That he was just sitting there insulting him the entire time. He's chained. Was he chained up? Then he built a wall so he's trapped inside. That's literally all I remember. That's all I remember from the Cask of Amontillado, is that this guy is just yelling at him the entire time and he's just making a brick wall and trapping him inside of a wall. Sadly, I've not finished Runa since I've been super busy when they finished it and kind of put it in my backlog in limbo, going to replay it from the beginning as I need to fire my Lola neurons again. Neurons. It is a good, I guess restarting it, I would personally just start off where I left off at. That's what I did. That's what I did actually. At some point I stopped playing the game for a while and I waited for like several updates to come out for the game and then I came back to it. That's what I did. Better Call Saul? Oh my god. Somebody should do the edit of it's just Better Call Saul, like how it's like zooming in and out on him. They should do that but with Meursault instead. Somebody needs to do that. Oh, damage, big damage. And heal. Beautiful. Remember, lads, be like Assad, smoke the fat kush and bludgeon people to death. Smoke. Mate, smoke builds are so funny. Man, I can't, they better make smoke builds in this. I really want to see more smoke builds. They need to make smoke builds come back. I need to heal. Jesus Christ, these slashes are so painful. Here we go, this is how we heal. What is a smoke build? In Ruina, there was a buff called Smoke, which it increased the damage you deal by like 10% per smoke, I believe. But if you didn't have the smoke passive, you would also take 10% damage if you had smoke on you. So if you have the passive, you would just get a percentage bonus damage. So if you had 10 smoke stacks, you would do 100% bonus damage. It was insane. You could actually just like break mechanics by doing that. And if they bring back smoke, that would be so funny. The smoke builds would be insane. I would make a smoke video like immediately, and it would just be the classic like early like the 2010s MLG smoke stuff. These guys are dangerous. They do blunt damage. I do not like these guys. We're not gonna die, mind you. But these guys do a lot of damage, and I want to take as little damage as possible. Oh, such a bad heal. DM, I've learned the lesson. I doubt we'll get old smoke, or at least won't have a way to remove the debuff. Meursault. Meursault. This Meursault actually can. It's crazy. He has this right here. When below 50% HP, remove one negative status effect. That actually helps out a lot in this situation where you're trying to solo. That helps out a lot. It's insane how good that is. No, no. There you go. Okay. There we go. This yellow move is very important because my stagger threshold goes down. See the yellow bar? It's going further away from me, so I won't get staggered. That is very important in order to continue this. Yeah, again, he has such good passives and skills to solo. Is this a Meursault solo? Yes. He has such good skills for it too. It's insane. Actually, well, actually this is pointless, but we'll do this instead. This actually may have been a bad idea. I should have waited until I got a blue skill to heal up some more. Have you seen the Spider-Man meme with him? Yes, I have. I did see that. But yeah, welcome. Who asked that? Io, welcome. We just finished reading half of The Stranger, which is Meursault's book. And we're probably gonna finish it. I kind of want to finish it tomorrow, honestly. So I don't like all the stuff that I just read isn't gone from my brain. This is pretty good. So the only issue with this is that I don't have a single coin skill at all. So I would have to rely on EGO. The problem is that I can't use my EGO with this. I can't use my EGO yet. I need another EGO gift in order to do that. So it's like whether or not if the game gives me that. I don't trust the game in doing that though. This is pure luck. When inflicting rupture using skill effects inflict. Yeah, this is literally the only good one to get on this. Let me check real fast. Corp Heathcliff, LCB Altus. It's Altus and Heathcliff I need also. Reed? Fiery Down is good. The Fiery Down wouldn't really do much for me though. Yeah, there's this skill, but this is pointless. It's a real shame. This is the support I could get from here. One ally with the lowest speed deals 30% damage with their third and subsequent coins. We don't have a 3 coin move. We have 2 coin skills and only 2 coin skills. So pretty much all these other IDs or all these other sinners are kind of useless except for Altus and Heathcliff. Those are the only other 2 that I want. This is insane. Bam, 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 bam. I might want the health. No, This is when things can get a little dicey. Given the mechanics of this game, no one is really bad. It all comes down to team synergy. I think Dawn is considered actually just bad. I think she's the only one that's like actually just bad in the game. Like LCB Dawn. I haven't really tried her too much, so I can't really like put my opinion on that though. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of damage. Okay, that's that might be a reset. Might be a reset. That might be a reset. I'm getting ready. Okay, you know what? Yeah, no, I don't think I'm gonna deal with that. I can still beat them like this, but this is too much health gone. We're gonna reset this. And this is, I would say, so when I was trying this yesterday, and basically I told myself I am going to give myself a maximum of 1 hour per run, and if I can't finish it within an hour, I just have to forfeit it. That's what I was doing last night, and I spent like 3 to 4 hours trying to do this to no avail. There was always something that would stop me. Seems to be the one support to get fast with clashes. All her stuff is clash based, and from my experience, she doesn't have the coin power to win clashes. Ah, is that the issue with her? Oh, yeah, some painful rolls. Oh, he's weak to lust attacks. That's right. I forgot about that. He's weak to orange attacks, right? Yeah, he's weak to orange attacks. That's why they're doing so much damage with pierce attacks. Damn. Just like in the book. Was he weak to lust? Was he really? Oh, what a terrible flips. Oh, he's doing so bad right now with these flips. No. Fuck. Oh, these guys are awful. I didn't think these guys were that bad, but holy crap. I'm getting some pretty bad rolls, but damn. Am I actually stuck here now? Is this run over? I got a good start too. It's so hard to get this bag at the start. Constantly spamming restarting the run. What is it? It's a 3? Jesus. Like, I really want to use this move so I can stun him possibly, but I need my stagger threshold to go lower. Oh, actually, better yet, no, maybe this might be a good thing. If I bind him. If I can bind him, he'll be in the front, and that's one of the pipe guys in the front that I can counter with, because these guys are doing the most damage. As long as I make sure that I attack these guys or clash with them, I won't have to deal with their blunt damage. No! Flip the coins! Was that it? Brit. Okay, I might try this 2 more times, and if I can't, then I'm just gonna have to just do it even with even when I get staggered. I can heal later on, so it's fine-ish. Death. Even if I get staggered, it's not too bad. Mate, this bag, you're gonna see how much I can heal off of this bag right here. When I'm low on health, it's insane. Stagger him. If he gets 2 heads on that, he staggers him. Okay, that's a pretty good turn. So now he's in the front. Oh, the blunt. Oh my god, the blunt guy got 2 coins too. Damn it. Really? He had to get 2 coins, really? That is unfortunate. Hold on. It's I mean, that's a pierce. That doesn't really matter. If I do this and do this. We'll do 2 yellows. He goes first? Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, I was worried about that. Meursault, the sun isn't hot enough. Meursault isn't supercharged. Really? I don't think the sun is on his side, guys. I know why Meursault is losing. He's missing his signature weapon gun. Yeah, surprisingly, he doesn't have his gun for his like thing. This is bad. Damn, really? This is a bad start. I need a clash with one of the blunt guys at the start. Unless they do a bad roll right here, I think this is fine. No, this is actually awful. This is how you one man, guys. What's his EGO's affinities actually? You try and try, yeah. This is the reason why like it takes like an hour long to do this sometimes, because then like you're just constantly hitting your face against the wall until like you get the right coins and skills. Oh my god, bro, what are these flips? Oh, they're doing so good. What? That was 5 heads in a row. They got 5 heads in a row right there. All of them, all together. Solo runs are just praying to RNGesus. Yup. I mean, you can manipulate it a little bit. But yeah, this is a very unlucky. If I get the Inquisitors on the 3rd floor, I think it's just over. Those guys are practically impossible, I think. If Zay hits the wrong final mirror boss, is it GG? Yeah, Baba Yaga. I think Baba Yaga is GG. Because I don't think you can beat Baba Yaga in time. With Baba Yaga, you have to beat 4? Oh my god. These guys are getting insanely good flips. With Baba Yaga, you have to kill 4 guys in 3 turns. Otherwise, you die. I don't know if Meursault can do that on his own. He might be able to, I don't know. As someone who did suffer, can confirm. You have to do it like 4 times. Well, no, it's the first one. The first one's the hard one. The other ones after that, he's gonna have 5 coins to handle it himself. It's just that first wave. If you can beat the first wave, I think you can clear Baba Yaga. You can stall the first wave, I believe. Wait, really? Really? We need these blunt guys to get into the front. Nice, that's actually really good. Ugh. The blunt lads do not want to get to the front. Oh, I think we can actually do this. Oh, beautiful. Good. One of the blunt guys are staggered. It only starts chasing you after wave 1? That's pretty good then. Double coin guy is gonna get staggered. That's actually really good. We need to get our stagger threshold as low as possible. I'm not too sure what's half health yet. Am I an Aleph? Because I know if I'm an Aleph, it's oh, so I am an Aleph. So it's 99. At 99, I'm at half health, so I'm almost there. And then that's when the fun begins, if I'm half health. He's gonna die to that. That's unfortunate. I think we just do 4 red then. Because he's just gonna die to these 2, unfortunately. sucks Mare gets capped too early. What do you mean by capped? Solo runs were anything like Fire Emblem, this would be a cinch. I have no idea how Fire Emblem's solo runs are. So now we just do this. Oh, he healed nothing off of that. That's unfortunate. This is a problem. We might actually just lose the next phase. So we're at 102 health, which means we're 3 HP above the stagger threshold. So one hit is going to make him stagger the next fight. That's a problem. We needed a... I should have taken damage, actually. That's what I should have done. I should not have hit him. He should have hit me first. If I went below the stagger threshold, I wouldn't have to worry about the stagger. 10 HP is capable of discharging a high volt. What do I do here? Does anybody know what I do? Press the lightning shape button. Oh, what was that? I got something off of the lightning shape button. What was it? I pressed this and I got something. I forget what I got though. It was the battery. That's actually really good. Yeah. That's just free damage. I don't know what the droplet one does though. Kinda wish I knew. What do you do for this one? Pick a rose? I think if I remember, what did I do in this? I think I unraveled the brambles and nothing happened. Pick a rose gives an EGO. +1 permanent speed for droplet. Oh no. That's just a single coin toss. This one is, I need 2 heads for that one, so I think we're gonna go for the single coin toss. Do it! Let's go! What does it do? Crown of Roses? Doesn't that do damage? Inflict 4 rupture on a random enemy. When activating Gluttony Absolute Resonance, inflict 2 rupture on all enemies at the start of the combat phase. Okay, so 4 extra damage at the start of a fight, I guess that's fine. I'm looking for one specific EGO though. Rupture stacking? I don't think they're gonna stack together though, unfortunately. That stacks with battery? Well, my skills don't do rupture. The bramble goes off with the skills that do rupture, which my skills don't do it. It's the EGO gift, I think. These guys are a problem. Puñales Uviales. Oh yeah, we're just gonna get staggered because of this guy. He's gonna go first and he's just gonna immediately stagger me. Yeah, this is the problem now. Now I have to go first. I have to. If I don't go first, then we lose the fight. Because I'm just gonna get staggered and I'm gonna perish. So this was bad planning on my end, unfortunately. Really hope more syncing IDs get added. It seems like a fun and interesting mechanic, but there just aren't enough. Please let me go first. You cheeky little shit. Yeah, I think this run might be over right here. Because there's no, well, I mean, maybe. I might be able to survive the turn. Call Karen for bus support. She's gonna run over the enemies. Yeah, no. I'm gonna see if I can get a lucky start. Like 2 more times, if anything. And if not, I'm gonna see if I can beat it via getting staggered. Because if I survive after I'm staggered, they're fucked. They're gonna die. I just have to survive 1 turn. This could, no, he's going fourth. God damn it. God damn it. Bring the others as fodder as a last resort. That's not a solo run then. You're using the others as meat shields.
돌아가지 못하리라.
If I had Rodion with me, this would be easy, which I could make a video out of. But I want to try making a video out of solo Meursault, where he just Deus Volts all over the place. Damn it. Really? This is such a good start? Oh, this is such a good start too. That sucks. One of the blunt guys are in the front, but it's just this guy. He's gonna go... Okay, one more time, and then we're just gonna go ahead and try to stagger through it. We'll just try to stagger through it. One more time.
돌아가지 못하리라.
Any of them have speed 4 over your speed threshold? It's kind of an L on with your HP. Yes. I screwed up. This is completely on me, unfortunately. 218. I mean, okay, so what we could do, this is a pierce. We just have to pray right here. It didn't work. Damn it. Alright. Oh, really? Yeah. Oh my god, that's 7 heads in a row. That guy got 7 heads in a row. First dude got 4 heads, and then the other dude for the Pinata party got, or no, he got 4 heads.
돌아가지 못하리라.
Is Corp Meursault just locked at 3 speed? I think he can go up to 4, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure he can go up to 4 speed. Yeah, look, he has 4 speed right there. Now I just gotta pray that I can go faster than him. I'm not sure what it decides how this works. How does it decide which one goes first here? Like, do I just have to pray to RNGesus that it lets me go first? It didn't let me go first. Oh, we live though. So now we survived that, and now all we have to worry about is just pierce damage right here. Or slash? He's slashing. Why are you guys? No, stop! Fucking. Why are they slashing? Ah, really? Let me go first, you little shit. Bruh. If I had gone first there, I actually would have survived. 0 damage? Yeah, the mariachi dudes, they don't do much damage if they do piercing, but they decided to do slashing that first turn. It was a good first round, but fuck. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to reset this, and the worst part about resetting is that I have to spam until I get that one item again. Unless I get another gift that's actually just as good. I don't know if there is one though. Okay, yeah. No. We're just gonna have to forfeit here. God damn it. We'll try one more solo run. That was very unfortunate of me. Completely forgot about the 98 thing. The 98 health. Or 99 health. I need to make sure I'm below 99 health if I'm too close to it. Let's see. After dealing damage to enemies by using a wrath or bleed effect skill, inflict 3 bleed on the targets. I don't think that's good. We need survivability. And yeah, this is the most painful part about doing solo runs, is you have to like keep This one's pretty good. Prejudice. At the start of the 3rd turn, the lowest health ally heals 50% of their max HP. That's the only good part about it though. There's one that heals 50%. Oh yeah, you're talking about Prejudice. The issue with Prejudice though is that this 13% max HP thing is like kind of eh. Again, it's like the benefit about the bag is that you can be below 50% health and you get a lot of benefits for that. Are you actually going to go through the Mirror Dungeon Gauntlet to max the Battle Pass? You're going to need to stockpile modules. Here's the other problem. See this Zippo lighter right here? The Zippo lighter doesn't work. If it worked, this would be so good on Meursault. Because all he needs is Gloom in order to use Persuance. That's all he needs. That's the only thing he's missing in Corp Meursault. I was Litranger. We got through half of it. We got to the part where Meursault shot the guy. Okay, it doesn't work. I got it once and felt like it didn't do much. At the start of the turn, gain 1 Gloom EGO resource and 1 EGO resource of 2 other random affinities. I did not see that at all. Does it still not work? I saw most of the other Sin gifts working. We could probably test it out real fast. After defeating an enemy by using a sloth or blunt damage skill, the ally's blunt. Yeah, this is too late. This doesn't work fast enough. Like, seriously, this would be amazing. The Kuchai, thank you for becoming a nugget of the Z-Corp. Welcome. Yeah, I grabbed it before the stream started because I tried doing a run before the stream started and it just wasn't working. So it says at the start of the turn.
돌아가지 못하리라.
And I even went to the second turn to see if maybe it's just bugged on the first turn. Yeah, see? No affinities, not a single one. I want to see something real fast. Has my resolution got lowered? It did get lowered. Some people were saying that the resolution got lowered, and yeah, what the hell? What is this resolution I'm at? Oh, there it goes. I'm at 1920 by 1080 now. The effect doesn't appear on the top right as well. Yeah, so if the blue Zippo lighter actually worked, this would be so much more doable. Because all you need is one blue or one pale for his EGO. Oh, I can't show it right now. All you need is one pale, and then you can use Persuance. And you could spam Persuance because you're spamming yellow and red moves. And by the time you have like enough stacks from the blue Zippo lighter, you would just be able to spam Persuance left and right. It's insane. Persuance? How are you supposed to say it? Isn't it not Persuance? Isn't it like P-E-R-S-U-A-N-C-E? Is that how you spelled it? Is that how it's spelled? How else are you supposed to say it? Persuance. Yeah, there it is. Persuance. Persuance. Pretty sure Flask works. I think Flask does work actually, but Flask is too random. Battery each turn when dealing damage with the skill for the first time, deal half its damage as fixed damage to a random enemy. We need healing. Oh, the green picture would be good too, actually. The green picture would also be a good one to start off with. Again, we need healing at the start. Pursuance? Is that how you're supposed to say it? Pursuance? Pursuance. Started the battle, inflict 4 tremor. Nope. This is half the battle, folks. Deal 3 fixed damage to all enemies. After defeating an enemy by using a skill, gain 1 EGO resource of that skill's affinity. Pursuance? Pursuance? I like Pursuance, it's 2 syllables. Isn't Flask 1 affinity of all at the start? I'm not too sure. This one seemed like it would be good, but I don't think it actually is. After dealing damage with the pride or single coin skill, gain 1 offense level up and 1 defense level up. Yeah, if he had like a bunch of single coin skills, I think this would be better. Start of the turn, gain 1 EGO resource of a random affinity that wasn't used last turn. If a lust skill was used last turn, gain 1 EGO resource of every affinity that wasn't used last turn instead. Coffee and Cranes is pretty good. Wait, he doesn't do lust though, right? He does red and yellow. Yeah, he does red and yellow. It would be good if he did orange. I think it's too RNG based. start of the turn, gave 1 EGO resource of random affinity that wasn't used last turn. If a less skill was used last turn, gain 1 EGO. Yeah. I think it's good if we get the flask. There's the bag. Activating Sloth Absolute Resonance or using a skill that attacks multiple targets. All allies gain +2 skill power at the start of the combat phase. This would be good, but it's too late into the fight. It's always the beginning of the fight is the toughest. So if I get Sun Shower in the future, it would be really nice. After defeating an enemy by using a sloth or blunt damage, yeah, we'll try it again with the bag. I think after those two, I probably should grab other... Maybe I should grab other IDs that have other skills we need, like Gregor, for example, because Gregor has a green skill and stuff. He has a green and blue skill, I think, right? We need green, blue, like other affinities for like skill checks. There's another person down there. We'll just go forward. The power of the ketchup packet. Yeah, again, I don't know what I got in my run, but that bag helps out so much. Why does it do this? What the hell? There it goes. Can you imagine the gift that unstaggers enemies and inflicts bleed also worked for the sinners? That would be awesome, actually. That'd be such a good one to have for us. Because, like, if we get inflicted with bleed, he can actually just get rid of it if he's at 50% or lower. Oh. Oh. Just take as little damage as possible. We leave this with full health? I think we just did. What purpose does Enkephalin modules have actually? Like, once the update happens, isn't the better choice? Isn't the better option to go into the other mirror dungeons? Or they're called like Luxcavations or something like that? Because those require a Keflin, don't they? I didn't read the full details on the new content, like the endgame content, but from what I saw is I could have sworn they said that those were like, those required in Keflin, not modules. Do I add an experience farm requires normal Keflin? Yes. Do I add an experience farm? Isn't that one of the main purposes of doing mirror dungeons though, is for experience and ego shards, to turn the ego shards into thread? There's a mode that comes out somewhere in April that uses modules though. I'm wondering when the new mirror dungeons are going to come out. There's 2 of them that are locked right now. Mirror dungeon giving 20 battle pass experience 3 times. Yes, that's actually way better. I know that one. Oh no. Oh no. No. Oh god, he's gonna kill him right here, isn't he? Oh, god damn it. Such devastation. This was not my intention. There we go, we got our health back at least. Roadmap has mirror dungeon number 2. When is the next content gonna come out though? Because I know about the IDs are coming out, but like there's the IDs or the new EGOs that's coming out. The Faust and Dawn one. I don't know when those are coming out, but like the new like encounters, the fights, the excavation stuff in the mirror dungeons. That's what I'm wondering. Because I think a good portion of people are already done with the chapters, and now they're just waiting for. Now they're just doing dailies. Oh my god. Does even Dawn have any more EGOs or just the default one? I'm actually not sure. Meursault is stacked right now. Meursault has a Battle Pass EGO. He has the Pursuance EGO, and then he also has the like 2 rarities, 2 3-star rarities. It's insane how stacked Meursault is. There's Fluid Sac. Dawn has Fluid Sac? Oh my god, what is this damage? Oh, 16 health back. Bong. There's the bind. Or there's the stagger. I was wondering when the stagger would happen. Well, I guess we're not healing off of these guys. That's unfortunate. Have you not looked through the battle passes, eh? I have, and then I just forget what's in there. Honestly, I know there's like I think Telepole Heathcliff is in there. Fourth match flame Ryoshu's obviously in there. The Meursault one, I think it's a Teth, is in there. You're gonna grind to get that Charon announcer? I'm gonna finish this battle pass, definitely. Next week, we're gonna have more speed runs. So we're gonna try to see how fast we can beat it with like a group. Oh, this one's kind of bad. This guy hurts, and he's always in the back row. As long as he rolls like ass, I guess we're fine. And as long as I roll good. As long as I roll good. That's not good, game. 2 tails? We're gonna lose so much health from this. Nice. Nice. That's what we need. Uh-oh. Stop. All EGO currently. Yeah, I don't really care too much for the EGO, honestly. Dawn has Fluid Sac and yeah, the default one. There's multiple 4th match EGOs, Ryoshu's at the end. Yeah, there's Rogue Dion and then there's Ryoshu's. I don't know the other ones though. I know those 2. Damn it. There we go. Deaded. Alright, you little shit hiding in the back. Heal off of the pack because it's red, and then heal off of this for 12 HP. Nice. Oh, and then he staggered, so he didn't do a third clash. Damn. You sing as one too? Oh, does he? Someone already cleared the battle pass? Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. That sounds like so much work. I mean, I'll probably do it for a stream. After defeating an enemy by using a Pride or Pierce damage skill, gain 2 Pierce power up for 2 turns. After dealing blunt damage, deal 5 SP damage to the target. If the skill's affinity was Pride, deal an additional 3 SP damage. I think we want the Gathering Skulls. But it's dealing damage, it's defeating an enemy. Again, defeating an enemy stuff is very slow. After defeating an enemy by using a slot their blunt damage skill, the ally's blunt skill power is boosted by 2. Their red attack is the blunt one, unfortunately. Oh wait, actually no, this is good. So it's either red or yellow. If I defeat an enemy with a red or yellow skill, today's expression works. Dear God, I need to use the bathroom. Who do we grab here? Mariachi? Mariachi Sinclair? Mariachi Sinclair would be good for the skill checks. Purple and, yeah, he is purple and pale, so it'd be good. I'm gonna use the bathroom though. I'll be right back real fast.
돌아가지 못하리라.
Oh my God, I was muted. I forgot to unmute myself. Okay, we're back. Okay. I'm barely ever called manager, I swear. That's a lot of guys. They also have orange attacks. Slice. There's no point in, oh, that's a slice too. Damn. Dear God. These guys are so dangerous. Imagine my shock. These Backstreet G Corp guys are actually dangerous. Because they have a lot of freaking they're all orange attacks. And they're slashing. Am I gonna get staggered? Bruh. Oh my god. Are we actually, is it actually over? Do we lose? What does Z Corp do anyways? Z Corp? I'll talk about it later. In the future. At some point, maybe.
돌아가지 못하리라.
I'm going to have a lore stream at some point. Don't sleep on Kurakumo Honglu. His pride skill to reflip both his coins is actually busted. It's funny to walk around with a in a Hawaiian t-shirt though. Lower the stagger threshold. I feel like I should have blocked. Oh my god, these flips, they have such good flips. You see this? Look at all these good flips they're doing. Mental. Okay, so I think it's time where we just start. Oh my god, he's not going to heal off of this either. Ah! He's staggered. He's not going to heal off of it. Ah! This is the part where we start blocking, I think. We start stalling so we can heal, and we just block. This blocking might actually be working. God damn it, not again. And the blue goes down there, yeah. Good rolls. Good job, Meursault. He's gonna survive the first hit, that's good. And the other guy's just gonna die, he's at 1 HP, doesn't matter. Boom! Hell yeah, give me my health back. I wonder if new identities will be 2 stars because no new banner. I'm wondering if level 30 is going to be the max or not. Because, again, at the end of chapter 3, we're already doing fights where we need to be level 30, so. Do I go for the health? I might actually go for the health. But EGO gift. The hell's this? It records right and wrong. Its job is to record the judgment of the one above. It does not assess what it writes. To lay down judgment is not a secretary's role. Scribe silently presented an emerald tablet. What do you do here? I haven't seen this one. Read it for the gift. Lose SP? I could care less about my SP. This is healing? It says read it for a gift. Is there any like guide to all the EGO like or Abno encounters? The gift gives healing on stagger if I were— oh, it's that thing. I know what you're talking about. What does scrape out the letters do though? Easy. Whenever an enemy is staggered, the lowest health ally heals 5% of their max HP. Yeah, it's like good. It's not that great of healing out of like compared to the bag and stuff, but it's still good healing, I would say. Oh, is this actually, yo, no way! There's actually an EGO gift guide. Yo, hell yeah. Is that connected to that previous one?
돌아가지 못하리.
We're gonna fight EGO, or we're gonna fight abnormalities. I think abnormalities are easier to fight because there's only 2 that do blunt, and yeah, we're not even fighting the roly-poly guy, so this is actually good. They're also really easy to kill, or really fast to kill.
참여하게 되리라.
Yeah, see, he does no damage to me. Does no damage to me. Does no damage. Stagger for the heal. 9 health. Oh wait, 5% of 198. That's like 200. So yeah, it's like 10 health pretty much. 9 or 10 health. It's actually pretty good. Just clash with all of the... Clash with these guys pretty much. Actually, you know what? I guess we can finish him off.
참여하게 되리라.
All I really need is something to get me EGO affinities now, and that's it. I'd rather be mauled to death by a pit bull or die. What? I would rather just die. That sounds awful. I've seen videos of that. That looks like a very horrible way to go. Fastest speed right here, so we'll do red on him so the red goes off first, so the bag will proc. He will not survive the first hit. If it goes too well, I don't think he survives the first hit. Being mauled by any animal is a bad time, you're not wrong.
참여하게 되리라.
네.
Oh my god, this stagger thing, this is actually really good. This is a Dragon's movie ad. I'm somehow not surprised anymore. Yeah, that D&D movie looks really like bad. Like it looks, dear god, yeah. It does not look like it's gonna go well. Hell yeah, look at that, we're at full health. Now we just gotta hope we can get a EGO gift. An EGO affinity gift. You know, Zay, you could just spam counter since it gives proc, but clashing makes me lose less health even more. Clashing makes me lose even less health. Honestly, the stagger gift is basically 5% max HP every kill. Yeah, I just figured there wouldn't be that much healing though, but it actually is doing pretty well. 9 health a stagger. Smokura.
이단을 정화해.
Imagine being mauled by a chihuahua. Horrifying. This run is going very well. Again, it would be really nice to get Pursuance to trigger though. The Zippo lighter, man. Just need that Zippo lighter to work properly. That's all you need. What do we get here? Backwards clock one. How does the backwards clock one work? Dice check for an EGO gift or nothing happens. I think this is Tremors. Doesn't... This is the backwards clock one, right? Order it to carry luggage. Dice check for an EGO gift. Gift is useless because Tremor, yeah. I don't think it really matters, so... That's unfortunate. Fun fact, did you know that if you do 10 mirror dungeons runs a week in all your dailies and weekly missions, you get about 60 to 180 shards a week if you have the battle pass once we get the 316 update? Yeah, it seems like if you speedrun the mirror dungeons, it's a good way to just start farming EGO shards. Because the battle pass just gives you EGO shards after that. Woe, blood to be upon ye, foresee it. Again, if we go against the Inquisitors, where it's probably over. Got warped on, nice. And here's where I'd put my warped on, if I had one. So we might take a lot of damage on this fight. So even if I'm gonna win it, which I'm most likely gonna win this fight, I might actually reset if I'm too low on health by the end of this. Yeah, we're taking a lot of damage from these blunt guys. So far pretty healthy, yeah? Oh my god. All these power downs are so brutal. Here's the weird part about this. It says, the yellow skill says lower user stagger threshold by 60% of the damage dealt. It always reduces it by 6 stagger for some reason. It always reduces it by 6. How's this gonna go? These do like no damage. So honestly, we could just take the damage, I think. I think we could do protection. So yeah, we're instead taking very little damage from these guys. And we're gonna take like no damage here. Oh my god, all this healing is so crazy. Oh my god, this healing is insane. Good thing the counter gives protection. Again, he's really good for solo. This is such a good... It's so good for soloing. It really is. It's insane how good it is. That's right, we need to do these 3 skills, right? So we can clash. Oh, we're clashing over there. Oh, right, we do this one first. And we're pretty much already at full health again. This is, my god. Okay, maybe I should definitely go for this tablet more often. Low morale, it says. What a shame. How unfortunate for him. And we're at max health. Oh my god, what a good round. Holy crap. The 2 healing gifts are something. Hell yeah, we just need more damage. Because at some point we're going to get into a fight where we can't just keep out healing. We're going to have to eventually kill. Kill! So if we can get the, what was it? I think it's the coffee and crane one. If we can get the coffee and crane one, and if we can get commemorative coin, oh my god, it'd be beautiful. How does this go? Double blunt? Oh god. Oh god. Really? This kind of sucks actually. There's the other fight of this is actually way better. There's one where it's pink shoes and 2 of the Roblox guys. That one's so good to go against. Because the 2 Roblox guys do no damage. I have no idea how this person works. I'm just going Unga. What do you think of the upcoming combat changes? The only one I know is the defense one. Defense coins will now redirect. You can redirect with defense coins now. That's the only one I know. Oh god. Oh shit. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, that's so much health gone. Son of a bitch. God damn it. Mistakes may have been made. We're healing it back up though. We're back. Never mind. We're back. We're good. Defense coins will now scale on level 2. Wait, isn't that not a thing already? I thought defense coins already scale. Oh my god. Yo, we can now use EGO, guys. Holy crap, are we actually gonna do it? Are we actually gonna solo with Meursault? Down here? Do I want to fight against... I don't know how bad Abnos are on this floor. I know for... that's an elite fight. I don't want to touch that. Hold on, let's see. Bam. EGO. Fight, fight, fight. I think we have to go down this way. We go bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. That's one, 2, 3 fights. This is 1, 2, 3 fights. 3 fights, 3 fights. But we get a heal after this fight right here though, so we're gonna do this one. Abno fights may be tough here, yeah. Like, I'm trying to think which Abno fights would be bad. Doggos I don't think would be too bad. The mimicry guys are the problem, yeah. I would have to keep smacking them around so they don't get too beefy. Fuck, yeah. And he's blocking too. He's blocking. I'm not gonna try doing that fight. Rip? No, this is fine. This fight, it's gonna be painful, but the fact that the guy in the front started with the block is awful. I've still never seen the headless whale. Neither have I. I have not seen the headless fish yet. Still. The snake ones? Oh, the snake ones would be nice. Don't block. You son of a... What are you doing? Blunt? Pierce? Blunt? If he does a bad coin flip, and... yeah, if he does a bad coin flip, I think we're good. God damn, dude. Really? He has to block on the first turn. See, our stagger threshold didn't even go down. There's Blunt, which is pretty nice. He's not doing anything. That's really good. Damn. I want to lower my stat. You know what? Just pray that... No. We're not going to go below our stagger threshold. Not against these guys. Oh, god damn it. Oh my god. Hit him hard. That was not hard enough. God damn it. Yeah, if I get staggered against these guys, I lose. 100%. Bro, what's with all the freaking blocks, my guys? What are you guys doing? Why are you blocking? Why are you guys blocking so much? He's nailing. That's good. Okay, so that's the only one I have to worry about is this right here. In fact, actually, hold on. You do this. I think this is the better choice.
참여하게 되리라. 저항.
Is that a stagger? Oh, they're fatal to... Oh, that's a blunt move, right? I always think that's a pierce. Come on. We're good. There's a stagger. And, oh my... If they go first, we're both at the same speed. How does this work? How does the whole speed thing work? EGO, I know, I can use EGO right now. But if I don't go first, I get staggered and I die. That's the one problem. Is it purely RNG of who goes first?
네.
Chad Curb, thank you for becoming a nugget of the Z Corp. Welcome.
참여하게 되리라.
What the fuck? Do they just get to go first? Oh! Wait, the clash. Oh my god, we're clashing. No, we did it. Oh my god, we did it. We did it. We're good. We got through it. Now I just gotta hope that by the end of this I can heal all my health back.
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이니 넌 반드시 부서질
I just have to heal all of my health back. That's it. See this? See this, guys? Perswance didn't heal me. That's another bug. For some reason, Perswance doesn't heal sometimes. And I have no clue. It did? I don't think it did. It's supposed to heal 30% of your max HP. I was at like 110. 30% of 200 is 60. I should have healed 60 health basically. It does say other allies. No, but here's the thing though. It does heal sometimes though. I shit you not. It heals him sometimes. I saw that. So like when so last night when I did Perswance, I saw that I didn't get healed. So I checked the text for it. Yeah, it says heal 2 other allies. And then I was like, what the fuck? And so I figured, yeah, that's the reason why. So I was going about the solo run doing Perswance, and then suddenly I healed for like 60 health on it. And I was thinking like, why did it work this time? Maybe it chooses 2 random spots from the 5 and they both landed on blanks. My brother in Christ, if that is actually the case. Oh my god. And I would not be surprised if that's actually in fact the reason why. I seriously would not. That is part and parcel of the spaghetti coding in lobotomy of Project Moon, guys. Spaghetti code, yeah. Sounds like the classic PM charm. Guys, I don't think I can cope with this anymore. Constantly calling it the PM charm, guys. I don't know if I can keep coping with this. Fuck. Oh no, this is actually bad. Oh god, wait a minute. No! I should have given up. Oh my god, we're at 105 health now. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Wait, no, we're gonna heal. Never mind, we're good. We're gonna heal. We're good. I feel like I should have forfeited regardless. Sheep. I've gone this before. Dreaming electric sheep. Receive an EGO gift. Cut the cable. After defeating an enemy by using an envy or slash damage skill, gain 2 slash power up for 2 turns. Oh, it sucks. Oh, it's pointless. It's useless. It is actually useless. Okay, how is the EGO fight gonna work? I have 49 health before I get staggered. But the plus side is that since it's an abno fight, I can choose my directs. I can choose the clashes. Let's just hope it's not a bad EGO fight or abno fight. This is doable. He is probably the most dangerous one right now. He is fine. He does nothing. Wait, he's
Man.
orange. Fuck, he's orange. He does orange attacks, right? So we obviously clash here because we can't take that blunt damage to the face. Wait, which one does more? Oh shit. He does almost just as much, and he does sinking too. If we clash with him, yeah, he's gonna go first actually. So we clash with him, we beat his ass, he staggers, we heal off of the stagger, we heal off of using a skill, and then we heal off of the blue skill as well. Is this fine? Yeah, this is actually fine. We're good here. And look at that, we're back at 156 health. Does no damage. Get a tails. He's gonna get a tails, watch. Big chunky lad in the back, he's gonna get tails, check it. He dies next. What did I say, guys? Look at that. Beautiful. Now he's doing a pierce. This guy has to go, though. He does too much damage. Yeah, okay, good. I was hoping this would go first. Heal 10 health. Staggered, heal 9 health. We're gonna heal back up, boys. Let's go. I'm not too sure if... He needs to die next. He needs to die next.
Man.
Yeah. Meursault, thank you for becoming a Nugget Z Corp. Welcome. What final boss do you want to see? Guido. Guido would be awesome. That'd be a cool one-on-one. I think. Wait, would I die? I think I would actually die. He does blunt. Shoot. Who do I want actually? I don't know. Guido is actually kind of dangerous, isn't he? So we clash with that. I have to get this red move to go first. Isn't Guido a one-on-one so you can always clash? He starts off with 3 coins, I believe. That was not how it was supposed to go. God damn it, whatever. Boom. Claw. I think this is fine. Like, we're not gonna be able to heal off of this off of anybody. They'll just die before we can heal off of it, so I think we have to do that. I was kind of hoping that I can stall until I get a UGO, but it doesn't look like it's gonna give me the option. He gets 1 instinct every time you hit him, right? Oh my god, wait, 2 days expression. Wait, is 2 days expression even working? Hold on. I'm supposed to get power-ups every time I kill somebody. Is it not working at all? Yeah, he gets 1 instinct every time you hit him with a coin. Every instant of damage, yeah. There's a good chance we could actually just stagger him right here. For every blunt damage kill, I believe. It's every blunt damage kill or wrath, I believe. So, wait. Or is it sloth? I think it's sloth, actually. So it doesn't, so my reds are blunt and my yellows are sloth. So it doesn't matter, as long as I kill with one of these coins, it'll go off. The blue one won't, though. Oh, he should get staggered, right? Yeah, he's gonna get staggered. We're good. And just like that, we're pretty much at full health again. That was okay. I should definitely try doing abdo fights from now on. Solo run, let's go. No Baba Yaga, let's go. I'm definitely gonna see if I can stall Baba Yaga or not. We have to go up. Please not Inquisitors. Please not Inquisitors. Please not 4 Inquisitors. Please not 4 Inquisitors. Please not 4 Inquisitors. For the love of God, do not do 4 Inquisitors on me. Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, it's happening. Oh my god, we're gonna fight the boss after this. Oh my god. Oh my god, we're gonna do it. Holy shit. I've never been more happy to see Mexicans. I think I start... What is this? Wait, what is this? Is this Slash? The Mexican Menace? Mate, they are actually... They're not that bad. They do Slash and they do Piercing. They don't do any damage. The inflict 2 attack power down actually kind of sucks. These guys are actually dangerous. These are the dangerous ones because they have a slash, they have a tackle, and the tackle does blunt, and it does quite a bit. You click on the character, you can check what damage type the counter is. It's blue. It's a pale. We'll find out. I think it's a slash. We're going to lower our stagger though. Yeah, look at that non-existent damage they do. Well, okay, yeah, they do orange, they do lust attacks, so that kind of sucks. This is a bit of a problem right here though. We need 1 yellow. Yeah, see how it says that we're like hopeless in terms of winning clashes? Because these attack power downs. This is gonna be a really rough fight, I think, but we're gonna be able to get through it. Yeah, there it is. That was a move. There's dominating. Neutral. Oh, okay, so they're gonna go and then I get to go. Or I get to go. Cool. Hell yeah. So we get to heal off the clash, and he's also gonna stagger, and boom. We're pretty much back at full health. You know what would be really cool if I can hold on to, if I can possibly get another Pale Affinity. If I get another Gloom, then I can start the next, the boss fight with a EGO. Like if I get one more of these randomly. Wouldn't that be a dream? Been spamming Sinclair's Doomday EGO so much his sanity's at -25. Why are you hurting the poor boy? You're hurting his sanity. Why would you do this to him? Ugh. That attack hurts. That does not work. Hold on. He's gonna die off of the first one. Do you think Wa Aleph gear will lower the max sanity to kind of be like how it was in Lob Corp? I would say the like higher the EGO, it probably will cost more sanity the higher it is, so I wouldn't be surprised if like Aleph will make your sanity drop down by minus 45 or something. Hey, we're back to full health pretty much. Mental. He's gonna die to the first hit on this. Oh my god, we got a second gloom. Yo, we got a second gloom. Hold on. We need 8 yellow. That's 1 yellow. That's 2 yellow. That's 3 yellow. And that's 4 yellows. Wait, we have EGO for the very start of the next fight. Oh my god, we're gonna do it. Oh, please just don't be like Baba Yaga or something, for the love of god. Umbrella Fox would actually be really good here, huh? Commemorative Coin would be really good too. I don't know how Baba Yaga is gonna go, but sometimes the mind wanders. What the hell is this one? What is it? It's Phantom Pain. It's Phantom Pain. Receive EGO gift. All sinners lose 13 SP. Wait, this does single target damage. This increases my single target damage. Wait, did I do the wrong thing? I refused it. No, no, let me go back. Fuck. I thought I looked at the guide and it showed the right one to reach out to grab its hand. So I thought the right one meant the bottom one. Fuck. Damn it. Restart game. I think it just said save at the top. I'm so fuck. I don't think I can change the fuck it. Bro, we need what we can get. Fucking dude, oh my god. We need whatever we can. Watch me break the run like this. That's what I was worried about. That's why I paused, because I was worried like could this potentially break the run? God damn it. Whatever. Yo. Pet the fox. Pet the fox. Pet the fox. Yo, we got sun shower. When activating a slot, the absolute resonance, or using a skill that attacks multiple targets, all allies gain +2 skill power at the start of the combat phase. Alright, now we just gotta pray. Please, don't be Baba Yaga. Don't be anything too bad. Please, for the love of God.
Yahoo!
Doomsday Calendar, no way! Oh my god, we're gonna solo it! Yo, we're actually gonna do it! They do orange though. Oh god. Okay, hold on. We're fine. We are golden. We are golden. No, this is easy. This is easy. They can do gold. They can do orange damage all they want. I don't care. It's not gonna hurt that badly. That's 12 damage. That kind of hurts actually. We need to lower our stagger as much as we can. And if we lower our stagger enough, it's like we're golden. May, we actually just did it. I'm almost positive we can win this. Just need to survive to get your coins. Yeah, it's so easy. This fight is pretty long. Oh my god, I can't believe we actually just did it. I don't see us losing this. I really don't. Like, we're going to be at like half health. Even if we go down to half health, that just makes us even stronger. The abnormality looks upset. It seems to want something. Wait, the conditions are unmet still? Really? What? Conditions unmet. I have max observation for him, don't I? Oh, these are all blunt. Oh god. Wait, they're doing slashes? Yeah, this is fine. I think we're gonna have to take just one of these hits. Trying to think if I should do this in a different way. Like, will these two actually kill this little guy? I think they will. Smokura. We did the speed run yesterday, now the solo run. I'm wondering, has anybody actually beaten the mirror dungeon faster than me? 21 minutes 59 seconds. That was the best time I got. Offer Clay Doll. So I have to make sure that we sacrifice 2 of those lads, or we target one of those lads with 2 of our coins. That's all that matters. We are going to try to take it slow. Oh, is he staggered? Oh, he's staggered. Oh my god. I'm actually going to be able to... Man, I'm going to immediately work on this video tonight after I'm done with the stream. After I'm done with this run, I'm going to work on the video. Shoot, we need to kill one of them. What do they do? They do blunt? Oh god. You know what? That one's gonna be guaranteed then, if we do it like that. We'll just take that hit, I guess. That's a sweet 266% damage, bro. Hell yeah. No, you don't clash with me, you die. You don't clash with me. You cut that out. Smokura. I wonder what he's saying there. Smokura. Oof, ouch, the fire. Theodore Bounty's wearing everyone down. We'll have to make an offering to Clay Comet's Wraith. Oh, we'll get you an offering, alright. Just give me a second. I mean, this should be it, actually, shouldn't it? There's so much yellow. Where's all the red? I want to proc Rodion. You can check in the theater, no? Do they do... Oh, I guess they do the sound effects there too, yeah. I forgot you can actually check over there. Damage. To weaken the flame, you need cool water. Offer a clay doll. You sense a dangerous glow. Unclashable, targets allies. Wait, is this the part where you have to just kill him before he does this? Do I have to? I have to kill him right here, right? Wait, no, we could totally kill him now. Yeah, I'm good now. Yeah, he's at 113. He's dead. Oh my god, we did it. We did it. Go! Let's go! Oh my god, I can't believe we did it. We actually just soloed the dungeon with Meursault. What an amazing way to end Reading the Stranger. We actually managed to solo the dungeon. Mr. Salt is strong. Holy crap. Hell yeah. Alright, hopefully you guys can expect this video tomorrow. I'm hoping that, no, it's gonna be a very highly edited video, by the way. I need to turn off my GeForce experience, because it was recording the whole time. Stop and save. Where's that folder? Where's that video at? I need to double check if it's there or not. 100% damage dealt, good job. Oh my god. Let's see. Defeat 20 enemies? I think I did more than that, and I especially suppressed way more than one abnormality. Yo, we got Don's fluid sac! There she is. Everybody going crazy about the Faust fluid sac, but then there's the Dawn fluid sac. I love Dawn's sac, shut up. You know what, I guess what I could do, clear any stage 3 times. Stayed alone in a cramped room with no power for 59 days, damn. I almost feel sorry for her. Yeah, I could just do my dailies off stream. Time for O2 spam? I did hear about that. Yeah, O2 is actually the fastest way to do it. Is Yi saying in O2 though? Wait, no, I think O3 is actually faster. It's the one that's it's the defense tutorial. The defense tutorial is the fastest one. O3 is faster. I always felt O2 was faster since I don't have to click on the shields. I heard it was the defense one is faster. I'm not 100% sure, but like I swear somebody, if you just know the clicking, if you just know where to click, then yes, it's actually way faster, apparently. Let's compare. I'm not gonna speedrun tutorial percent. I'm not too sure. I swear somebody did like the testing for it. I don't know. I'll just waste the 21 energy to spam 1-2. Yeah, I would do the last fight on 1-2 for the character. I think this counts towards the Yaseng thing though. Because Yaseng isn't here, right? Yeah, he's right there. O2 also takes 3 turns. Yeah, I think it also just depends on the clashes too. Let me see real fast. It doesn't count. Oh, that sucks. Let's see. I'm gonna try O2. Here I am doing 315, only one wave. What the fuck? Why are you doing a 315 for? That was 4 turns there. I don't know. Just remember seeing somebody talk about how doing O3 or the defensive tutorial was faster. What? Oh, let me. Is it because they attack in waves? That might be the reason why, actually. Meanwhile, O3 is like they all just start going in. Are there going to be multiple chapters like we're on Inferno? So are we going to go through Limbo and Paradiso? Is that the chapter names for them? Really? Chapters are called Canto in the files. There are 20 nests, right? There's 1 nest for each letter in the alphabet. Oh, there's actually there's a thing that teaches you each I found a document that tells you what each nest does. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure if it's true or not though. I don't know. 25 I think. No Z. Right, there's no Z. Isn't Z considered the outskirts? I think website says 26. Z is not shown yet. Z is outskirts. Yeah, I swear I remember hearing that the Z is the outskirts. Go, Yasang. Wait, he has a knife? I did not know that Yasang fights with a shank. I actually did not know that. He has a knife. Did you share the chart? Where did I save it though is the question. Where? Oh no. I would have to find it. I saved it somewhere. I don't remember where I saved it though. I swear I put it in my Lobotomy Corporation folder, but I don't see it in there. And boom. We did our battle pass, let's just look at that. And enter the mirror dungeon 30 times. I think if we do the speedrun stream, we should be able to finish the enter the mirror dungeon 30 times. It's like 30, well, no, that would be 8. That'd be 8 runs, because if we do a full stream of speedruns for the mirror dungeon, it's like they're sub 30 minutes. Clear mirror dungeon 15 times, we'll finish that one. Daily logins, reach battle pass level 30, reach battle pass level 60. Clear any stage 100 times. We're actually gonna finish the seasonal. Oh, calm down, Meursault. I wasn't gone for too long. Alright, I think we're done here though, guys. This was a very good stream, I think. I'm actually surprised how many of you guys wanted to listen to me do The Stranger. I honestly thought there was gonna be like, we were gonna be at like 40 viewers for reading The Stranger, but no, some of you guys actually were interested in The Stranger, like, as much as I was. That's cool. We'll finish The Stranger maybe tomorrow, actually. Maybe tomorrow we can finish The Stranger and maybe do some speed runs. We'll sadly miss out on Lobotomy Corporation RimWorld. But after the tragedy that happened the last time we did Lobco RimWorld, I guess we could probably take a 1 week break from it, right? The Salt with the gun is just too good. Maybe that's why we haven't seen it yet. It's because he's too powerful if he has a gun. Oh, is this guy actually gonna finish? Oh god. This guy looks like he's chapter 3. Let's get on the magic Limbus. He looks like he's finishing up chapter 3, maybe. Wait, what? Grimmy is doing the Delta Rune. Grimmy's doing Deltarune now. Did they finish Undertale last night? Did they finish Undertale last night? I raided into Grimmy last night. I don't know if she finished it or not. Did she? EM demographic means you at least try to read once in a while. Reading. No, my one weakness. What should our raid message be, guys? What do you think? Leon is on the Disco Elysium. Oh, is he streaming too, actually? Where is he? He is actually doing the Disco of Elysiums. I don't know any references to Disco Elysium though, because I don't know Disco Elysium. All I know is it's funny smiling man interrogates people with like Satan on his back or something. I don't know. There's like demons that like talk to him or something. Did I nail it? Is that Disco Elysium? I think I nailed it, right? I want to say something about me soloing the mirror dungeon, but he wouldn't get it. So we're just gonna go ahead and do this. This will be our video message. But yeah, thank you guys so much. Tomorrow we're going to go ahead and read Meursault's The Stranger again, and after that we'll go and do some speedruns. We'll do some mirror dungeon speedruns. I hope to see you guys tomorrow. I feel like I would have been more excited about the solo run if it wasn't so like late into the stream. Bye guys.
The game's over.